यू थैंक यू। तो विजय को बुला रहे हैं ना, मुझे लगा विजय को बुलाना है।
मैं नीचे से मैं बोलता हूँ नीचे से।
मैंने साथ में हमारी जगह करती है ज्वाइन करा। डॉक्टर यहीं आ जाओ आप।
आ जाओ सर। डॉक्टर परमेश।
डॉक्टर परमेश को तो सेशन चेयरमैन को सर क्या भैया? अच्छा फिर नहीं आ जाओ सर। भाई ज्वाइन करवा दे भाई। भैया ज्वाइन करवा दो इनको।
मैं एक बार वाशरूम में
आ जाओ।
हाँ बैठ नहीं।
इसके बिल सर्विस सर प्लीज। ज्वाइन करा दो भाई इनको। हाँ करो, स्टार्ट करो।
किसी ने मतलब सर के रिक्वेस्ट नहीं करे, कोई है नहीं करे।
अभी ऑनलाइन वाला रेडी है क्या? हम डॉक्टर विजय शुरू करा देंगे।
सर प्लीज ज्वाइन करें सर। कर रहे हो?
India. So, first of all, it is my great privilege to introduce our invited speaker of this session, Dr. Jalota from Australia, a distinguished environmental professional whose career integrates science, regulation, sustainable and strict water. Speaker of this session, Dr. Jalota is highly renowned soil scientist and senior environmental regulator with over 2 decades of extensive experience in agricultural land management, environmental assessment, compliance and regulatory reforms within various Queensland government agencies in Australia. Having PhD in medical science, thereafter MSc, MPhil and PhD in botany from Punjab University, Chandigarh. Dr. Jalota's academic foundation in soil science and environmental systems has translated into an exceptional professional journey dedicated to sustainable land use, soil health, erosion and sediment control, nutrient risk management and water quality protection. His work has been particularly significant in safeguarding the Great Barrier Reef, where sustainable farming practices and environmental compliance intersect critically with biodiversity conservation. The theme of this two-day international conference. Recognized for his leadership and practical impact, Dr. Jalota has been nominated for the 2025 General Jeffrey Soil Health Hero Award for rehabilitating degraded land. Dr. Zalota's expertise bridges science, policy and sustainable land use, which are the key pillars of biodiversity conservation. With this brief introduction, now I invite Dr. Zalota from Australia to deliver the talk. Dr. Zalota.
Thank you, Chairman sir, for your fine introduction. I do not deserve to much praise, but I will take what you have said to me. Thanks a lot to the organizers for inviting me for this talk. I have now dealt with technology to share. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I think I'm doing alright. Okay. Is it alright? Yes. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
It's all good? Alright. Okay. Thank you very much once again. Namaskar, Satsrikal to all. I was given this opportunity to share some of my thoughts and experiences in life, real life experiences. So, how much time I got? 20 minutes or 25 minutes?
Sir, 25 to 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Alright. I got some slides, so I just thought to be confirmed. As we know, climate change is an undeniable reality, and we have natural climate change processes that are not our control. And an exact example of natural climate change, I think the Kurukshetra University is already working on, is about the Saraswati River, working on that, and my good friend Aksharanjan Chaudhary is leading that project. But the human-induced causes we can address by using some sustainable practices which we have used in my own way. I think something is wrong. I can't proceed. I need to end slideshow and start again maybe.
Sir, your slides are visible.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Yes, sir, good, please.
But somehow I cannot.
It's okay now, sir.
Thank you. About this presentation, I left India in 97, but like every Indian, India is still in heart, and I am involved unofficially in many professional and different platforms in India to understand what are the impacts, positive and negative impacts of economic development on India's economic and political systems. So this presentation will have a mixture of natural ecosystems and man-made ecosystems. Sustainable development, as we all know that it integrates economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection to address poverty, climate change, environmental protection, and inequality, and achieving these aims relies on applying conservation policies in plan. So, while being a regulator, we deal with lots of different situations, and we address if there is any environmental problem, then what has went wrong, and everything generally goes to the planning part. This is the main aspect of my work for the last 25 years. Okay, the next. Economic development and habitat loss. In October 2022, I have visited some parts of India, and I found that I was visiting Himachal Pradesh, and I found the economic development which is happening through this the building roads in Himalayas and all that stuff. So I was interested because my MPhil project was based in that area, and I had worked on some ecological aspects of orchid in that area. So when I was traveling, I was interested what has happened, and I found that on the road there was lots of erosion. New roads were constructed, but then sorry, can you see my slides? I cannot see my slides.
Yes, sir, we can. Yes, sir, with you.
You can see it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. My master's thesis was on the orchids and lots of those orchids or threatened and endangered species. And I was wondering what sort of work has been done to protect the habitat of those species. So my next step was to work out what type of biodiversity assessment has been done while planning these big road jogging projects. And I was talking to people, over there when I was still, and I saw that environmental, issues. People were concerned about, lots of destruction is happening, but they didn't know what is the outcome. So I did a little bit of desktop research myself at my end, and I came across a few some reports which were about the ecological assessment of this area. And it was interesting to note that under flora and fauna of all these are just 4 examples. Most of the environmental impact studies were referring to the trees and vertebrate fauna. There was no mention about herbaceous flora and invertebrate fauna or any other the minor species, which may have lots of ecological significance, but that was not considered. Okay, and online information, because my main project was based on orchids, so I was a little bit more interested in that. But as you know, for any planning, for any big project, the actions any development project has different stages of work, project initiation, why we need to use project planning, project execution, and completion. And biodiversity conservation and other environmental values are based, which are basically human habitation, economic use, spatial aesthetic value, are all considered in the planning stage. And then different tools are used to understand, what is the ecological value of this area. So database, mapping, local information, And availability of this data means this information to the planners. It helps to execute the how we can protect this area, especially borders. And I did a little bit of online research to work out if online, the information about the orchid species are available in this area. And as you can see, these are the websites, and this research I have done 2 or 3 years back. So I hope the database will have been updated. But that was my experience. I looked into all these resources, and you see the Botanical Survey of India's list of plant species was dated 1990. That information from this above link was dated 1990. And that was a little bit disheartening to me. I don't know what is going on. If I was a planner, or if I am the executive officer of that project, and I am interested in botany, botanical, or the biodiversity of that area, there is not much information available. Even the local, Botanical Survey of India's they don't have it. Anyway, I kept on working, and then I just found information from different resources, and exactly I could see this one is little bit, again I am saying that it is regarding those orchids I was interested in, but 2006 data, it shows that Haryana, Himachal, Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, but I was interested in Haryana, Himachal, and Punjab areas. I didn't survey other places. And you could see Himachal had 24 orchid genera and 62 species. And Punjab had 12. So there was not any information available about Haryana in the recent winds. But then I found, I think in Himachal, the species levels have come down. But it's not authentic. You don't know where the information, how we can confirm. And in Punjab, from the 9 genus, I think from 12, it came down to 9, from 21 to 12. So it means it's an indicator that biodiversity is being affected. And are we doing something to save it, conserve it? I don't know. So in the absence of accurate information, all the development projects are time bound, and the planning stage is most important stage in this. And this is the stage where we need to accumulate all the, information. But then if there is not any information available, how you can, ensure that those environmental values are preserved? It is important that competent, accurate steps are taken. So first thing is availability of information. If we do not know what are the environmental values, again, I am saying the biodiversity point of view, then, and we do not know what is the value of that, particular plant or a species which is providing direct or indirect ecosystem service, how the planner or the executors of that project will ensure we have to preserve it, or how we can preserve it. So these are some specific tools we have to think about. And a part of that, I had some other observations. In India, I traveled a lot. Last year, I could see, the pristine environment is littered with, plastic waste. This particular photograph I took, I was somewhere on the Chamba in Himachal, and we trekked from Jodh to Chamba, and I saw this is a hut, and all this waste was everywhere, despite the presence of what you call bins. It's not there. So something is wrong. It is wrong with the people. They do not have that civic sense. And how much we are trying to educate people to protect our environment. People are going there having fun, but they are not thinking about the local values, and people are not stopping them. There should be some regulations or some sort of information available to people. And this is also in Punjab, my native place. People are throwing garbage everywhere. And sewer, people are throwing stuff, and they are getting these machines to clean the sewer because it is full of stuff. We are throwing stuff everywhere. So these are some basic questions with the economic development, what we are doing in India, and I believe as science professionals, it is our duty to develop simple ways to reduce carbon emissions and adopt these ways in our daily life. Now, as professionals, we can work out and work with the community or that stakeholders, that how we can fix the things. Maybe these things can come to our own level. As professionals, we can adopt these strategies at our own. And I'm preaching this because I have done it, and I'm just sharing my examples with you guys. Best way to capture carbon, they call, growing trees, but care for land, managing waste, and developing technologies like in higher education, what we can do. And I believe we are adopting new technologies, and we can work out how carbon emissions can be reduced. So to reduce carbon emissions by managing waste, this is a simple example which I have used, and I'm doing it for the last 20 plus years, that waste is not waste, but it is a resource. And if we can use it in right way, then it can bring benefits to us. But I can see in India, the most of the landfills are getting all sorts of waste, and landfills are the major source of noxious gases, especially methane, which is a toxic greenhouse gas, but it is causing uncontrollable fires, methane emissions, and health problems to the people. So this next few slides, I will show you guys that how we have at individual level, at household level, we can do something to reduce methane emissions and use that waste for our own benefit. And this is a simple example of urban agriculture, if you may think, or kitchen farming, a small little kitchen farm. In this, I think this is a little bit of, it's 8 years back, I moved to Brisbane. The land in my house is not very fertile, very bad. And all the food waste, which is basically, I'm a vegetarian, so all the vegetarian food, all the food waste goes in my small little pits, and all the green waste. And then it decomposes, and my mother and my family is growing lots of homegrown organic produce, and there are multiple benefits out of it. My mother is quite old, and she feels it's a sort of therapy to her. She feels good, she feels happy, and in return we are getting fresh vegetables at home. Papaya, this is ram tori, what we call it. This is I think another produce, maybe Karela, and the chilies. So, and on the top of it, if you put a the monetary value on this, you are saving some money. But that is a tangible benefit, but intangible benefit is happiness. You are improving the soil, and in between, when all these trees are, the plants are growing, it is attracting lots of insects and birds. So you see, it's a form of urban uh, agriculture, but also helping to conserve the biodiversity. So these are simple examples. Um, Now, as I said, waste is not waste, but is a resource. I I had got some bricks free of charge from a friend, and we built this raised garden bed. You can see my daughters are also involved in helping building this project. We had trimmed a tree, and all the green waste has gone there. We got some soil on it, and now I think for the last 2 years, this is in July 2024, 2 years, there's lots of food we have grown. This is an example. In 24, I visited India for 2 years, no, not 2 years, but 3 months, and I did some similar work back at home. That we don't have land in India, we have terrace, so I use that space to make compost, and then my mother used it to grow some the herbs, methi, dhania or pudina, I think. But then my father was objecting to me, what you are doing. So I just went for a simple solution. I bought a pitcher, एक घड़ा खरीदा, घड़े में मैंने ये सारा सामान डाल दिया, थोड़ी सी मिट्टी डालता था, and at the end we got 3 loads of, like for 3 months I got 3 loads of homegrown homemade compost. और ये देखिए बड़ी अच्छी क्वालिटी की compost बनाई, and I gave it to my neighbors, and they are growing tulsi and all the other herbs in there, and I did a little workshop with them in my mohalla. मोहल्ले वालों को सिखाया कि ये करो, और सभी लोग खुश थे. And this is something I should actually show. This is the beautiful compost what we produced. So this is one example what we can do at home, and maybe as professionals at home level we can do a lot. And this is another great example I saw in an institute in Himachal Pradesh. It's a university where one of my friend has used the local, the mess and the canteen leftover food. They are generating methane and using it in their canteen. So at institutional level, we can do something. There's another example I want to share with you guys, that I was involved in. This is my, it was a voluntary project I did to rehabilitate land in my neighborhood. There is a Vedanta center, which is Ramakrishna Mission's property, and they needed some help to fix their land. And by using these policies, Australia is committed to reduce carbon emissions by 2030. Then state of Queensland has carbon farming programs. And then the city level, which is municipal corporation level, they have their natural environment strategy. So we use these documents, these legislations, and the core theme of this whole work is to save waterways, wetlands, biodiversity. And it's part of, urban biodiversity, all the threatened species, and the local culture, which is indigenous culture. India is a land of, different traditions. So we had to save all those cultures, because everything is interrelated. So we did that, and this was the location. I think, yeah, this is the location, and this is a waterway, and only 20 meters away from this site was the waterway, and the sediment, whenever it was raining, the mud was flowing in there, and luckily nobody complained against them. But when I saw, and in Australia, release of loose mud or sediment to the water is considered pollution. So we had to do something. So this was the area which we started working on, and we used in 2 years. In 2 years' time, we rehabilitated, like we got a ground cover, and this is the current situation. We have grown, all the trees and fruiting trees, local flora, and this was the situation in 2018. Bare earth, 20% slope. That's my daughter standing there, and we had to fix this problem. And they did not have money, so I used the principles of circular economy. We used dead wood. We just used it as bunding. So whenever it is raining, it will capture the sediment. And that's what happened within 2 years. All the, our bunds, they helped us to grow the grass there. There were some green, some bare patches everywhere, which we got fixed by using garden waste. So this is just an example to you guys what happened in what was there in 2018, and in 3 years' time, this whole area got ground cover, and we used all the waste. We used some garden waste. People here, they get rid of all the vegetation and get some new soil, and we asked them to leave it here in Vedanta ashram. My daughters were helping me, as you can see. We took all the garden waste, and wherever there was bare patches, we made, sorry about this. So we just, used it to cover those bare patches, and eventually the grass grew up. We did some soil analysis after 3 years of starting our work, and it was a crude, very, very crude analysis. In 2 to 2.5 years, we had gained 69 tons of carbon in the first 10 centimeters of the soil profile, which was pretty good. And we have not spent any money on it. We just used our own knowledge and the local resources, which were considered waste. So, and now I think, in 24, this is the situation, and we could, sow and produce some food there in the wild. But the best gain what we got, because this is about biodiversity, you can see the native fauna is coming back. And this kangaroo with little, joy in its pocket. This is another kangaroo-like species, but it is called, and then birds are coming. These birds, they make habitat, they nest in the grass area. So they are coming. More birds, native birds are coming here. Whatever we are growing, they are eating. So you can see a small little effort, simple solution, bringing the wildlife back, doing a bit of service to the environment, and and it gives us a little pleasure. But these are the strategies I wanted to share. Like, things are simple, solutions are simple, and we as scientists can use our knowledge, use the legislation if it is there, or maybe for the community, we can pressurize our decision makers to do something for environment. That's it. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Any question from the house? Any query? So anyway, Dr. Jalota, you have delivered a very interesting and insightful talk on climate change, environment management, and sustainable development, which are the key pillars of this 2 days conference. And you have shared real-time experiences with the audience sitting here in the campus of Kurukshetra University, and you have highlighted how the small practices starting from the home, collection of the waste, and how they can be converted into the compost, and this will help in rehabilitation of the degraded land, and by this way we can protect our biodiversity, we can manage our environment in both way, that is the economic development which is today leading to the loss of biodiversity, more particularly in the region of the Himalaya, and more impact upon the endangered species. So sir, your experiences will helpful to our budding scientists who are working in the area of biodiversity and in the area of the environment management. So
Yeah.
on behalf of the
May
organization.
may I interrupt you, sir?
Yes, sir.
This presentation is to incite and awareness to everyone. It's not only for the natural ecosystem, it's for the urban, for the local. Himalayan biodiversity is important, but the same, biodiversity, any type at any level, even in, in the plains, we say, ये घास है, इसका कोई फायदा नहीं है. Everything has an importance, and it is up to our scientific community to work out the ecosystem services of everything. Like botany is not botany, but botany goes with the soil science and zoology, and the zoologists will see how everything works, because this modern era of ecology, it's the energy exchange, and same we have to relate it to the culture. Traditional values are very important. We need to club our scientific insight with our traditional systems, because India is an old civilization. If we want to become Vishwa Guru, we have to validate our traditional knowledge with the scientific work. And this is the challenge I think we have to impart to our young students and the senior scientists like you guys. You need to come up with the ideas to get money. I think Modi ji will be happy to give money to people.
Yes, sir.
And it is also part of the Swachh Bharat. Like, when 2 years back I was in India, I gave 10 plus lectures, and the same thing I was saying, Swachh Bharat is basically to reduce greenhouse gas emissions of India. But somehow that message is not going across. So I was expecting some questions, but no questions been asked. It's a little bit disheartening.
Sir, you have made your lecture in a very simple and informative way. I think most of the participants here, from your lecture, it is that we have to adopt the interdisciplinary approach. The person from geography, from the soil science, from botany and geology, they have to come together on the same platform to protect our environment and at the base of the economic development. So
this is the challenge. We have to break those silos. We call it here silos because silos are structure where to store grains. But grain means knowledge. We have to exchange. And universities are the best place where we can break the silos. We can bring people to work together, talk to each other. Science and social science, planning, technology, they all need to work together. Maybe, look, I talk a lot. Sorry about that if I have taken too much time.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt thanks to the Dr. Jalota for giving a very interesting and insightful talk on the biodiversity and the management of the environment and how the different streams comes together on the same platform for the same goal, that is protection of the environment. in the era of the economic development. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks again to organizers to let me share my ideas. I hope it is useful. Thank you.
Okay, now with this first invited talk in this plenary session, now next for the plenary session with us is Dr. Surinder Kumar Bansal, and it is my privilege to have a brief introduction of Dr. Bansal with the audience sitting here in this Kurukshetra University. Dr. Surinder Kumar Bansal has done his BSc from Kurukshetra University and then MSc and PhD in Soil Sciences from GB Pant, University of Agriculture and Technology, Uttarakhand. Dr. Bansal presently holding a charge of Director of Potash Research Institute of India for the last 17 years. Dr. Bansal's major interest has been soil, potash, fertility, and plant nutrition management. He had worked for more than 75 years on potassium fertility in Indian soils, potassium management in various crops for improving yield quality and various biotic and abiotic stresses, monitoring soil changes in potash, various cropping system in benchmarking soil series of India. He has published more than 100 publications and authoring various books, bulletins, and symposia proceedings. He had been awarded FAI IPI Award for Excellence in Potassium Research for the year 2003 and SOPIB First International Award for Excellence in SOP Research for the year 2004. He was also the project director of two major extension and promotion projects called Potash for Life and Indo-Canadian Potash Promotion Project, which were implemented in the over 15 Indian states from 2013 to 2022. Currently, his main focus is on the use of nano-fertilizer for various crops in India to increase the yield of the crops in various states of the India. With this brief introduction, now I invite Professor S.K. Bansal for his valuable talk with the audience. Thank you. ये लोग कर लेंगे। सुरेंद्र बन के
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I hope Dr. Jalota is there. Good morning to him. It was very interesting talk, Dr. Jalota, if you are connected. My privilege. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for introducing me. Respected colleagues, dear friends, dear students, because I hardly get any chance to address to the students because I was never involved in teaching. So sorry for that, but had been involved in research for almost 4 decades now, little less. So I will be sharing my thoughts on climate smart fertilizers. Can I have first slide, please? And yesterday, our worthy Vice Chancellor, he introduced the subject climate change. He said that prehistoric or before this industrial revolution, there was hardly any change in climate. Yes, during last, how many? 270 years or so after industrial changes have taken place. I will say that Can you go back to? Can I have this? Can I operate myself? Or no. So, climate smart fertilizers for meeting the changing plant nutrition needs. Because, and this presentation is jointly with Dr. Manoj Srivastava. Manoj Srivastava was junior to me in Pantnagar about 10 years. But he had been in BARC, Bombay, and then now he's a principal scientist in IRI, New Delhi. So Dr. Manoj Srivastava has almost more than 10 patents on nanofertilizers. That's a very good achievement. And then he had been developing the nanofertilizers, but I am more in the taking to the fields. So that's how we collaborated. So my presentation will be give some overview and then climate smart soil and fertilizers. This? Okay. And basically fertilizers and nanofertilizers and some conclusions we will draw. Climate, as I told you, it's a very long-term atmospheric conditions. Weather is what you feel change every day. I remember maybe some of my age people when Punjab and Haryana were united about how many years? Less than 60, 59 years. During my childhood, we used to have a very cold February. Winter in Punjab, that time Punjab, was almost 5.5 months, which has reduced to now not more than 2.5 months. It used to start from September onwards and first half of March. Many times during Holi, you will be wearing sweaters. And September, when we used to go to Ramlila, we take that rajai or whatever. In Haryana, it was common to go to the college with khas or kambal. I saw in college students sitting with, but that probably has now nowhere there because due to this climate change. Why? Because our generation has seen so many changes, from tiny calculators to now to smartphones and everything, and Rath or that Belgadi, now you have all kind of vehicles. Probably at that time Kurukshetra might not be having more than 10 ambassador cars. Now in every mohalla you will find 100. So that has led to all these changes. That's what I mean to say. Excessive use of energy, and then industrialization, urbanization, andhadhund urbanization. That has created a lot of changes. During, say, prehistoric or ice age 11,500 back, temperature changes were, say, up to industrial revolution or up to now 5 degree or so. If now we are fighting that COP22, that we should maintain up to 1.5 degree, and US has now, Trump ji Maharaj has taken back. It's not working. Okay, thank you. So, but we are now experiencing temperature rises at unprecedented speed. And human activities, as I told you, urbanization, use of energy, too much energy, and then that is creating problems with agriculture as well as. It's not human health and all these things, and your people were speaking about flora and fauna, but agriculture is also being affected badly. If you see at global climate change, so greenhouse gas emissions like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, all these are increased caused by fossil fuel use. It's creating problems. Temperature could increase. You will be astonished from 1.5 degree to 6 degree if things go uncontrolled way. though countries are trying to do some taking measures to control that increase. And unfortunately, that increase in India will be mostly, the temperature will be rising mostly in Rabi season. You understand Rabi season? Rabi season is the winter season when we grow wheat, and Kharif is when we grow rice, bajra or maize. So Rabi will be creating problems. There are some estimates that in this region where we are sitting now, temperatures could rise up to 4.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century, and wheat crop may be wiped out from this region, unfortunately. So precipitation will start increasing in Kharif, that is the winter season, rainy season. So that could cause floods in, like you find in Bihar and Bengal, also in Punjab and Haryana. Snow cover is already diminishing, it's contracting. No more glaciers. We used to have big glaciers. Those are shrinking. And more frequent hot extremes, heavy precipitation, and unusual weather conditions you are now experiencing. This year, whole Europe or North America is getting too much snow. Last year it was not there. So unusual weather conditions will be more frequent. And sea level rise could be there. Could be 0.5 meter. Bangladesh, Indonesia, and some other countries are threatened that they may be going under sea. Lot of parts. Indonesia has already changed its capital. Bangladesh is also facing similar problem. So climate is there, and we have to cope with it. The changes will be there. And contribution of different sectors in world's climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, power stations, industry, transportation are the major sectors, and agriculture contribution will be about 12.5%. This is also significant. And methane, nitrous oxide, of course, and carbon dioxide, they will be three major greenhouse gas emissions, which will, of course, agriculture is the net consumer of carbon dioxide. But methane and nitrous oxide, agriculture is also contributing. Uncle Sam says that it is due to the rice fields of China and India which are contributing to the greenhouse gas emissions. It's not there. It's not true. US and Canada, they contribute maximum per capita, I mean to say, to the greenhouse gas emissions. Then Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, per capita I am saying. And South Asia, if you look at it, is the least, because we are still, among all these countries, we use energy, still we are very low energy users as compared to US or other developed countries. What is the contribution of different sectors in India to climate change? Energy, I told you, energy is the largest, about 60%, and agriculture about 28%. Industrial process is about 8%. So energy, your thermal power station, your many other things, consumption of fuel, they are contributing most to the greenhouse gas emissions. And what sectors of agriculture contribute to climate change? You will be surprised, mostly it is enteric fermentation. Your cows, your animals, they generate lot of methane. Same is true with the US. Their ranches are the biggest contributors to methane. It's not buffaloes, it's the cows mostly. So then we have a manure management, rice cultivation is of course the other than the second largest contribute to climate change other than the bovines. And as I told you, climate change scenarios for India could be very, very horrible in the coming days. Temperature could rise somewhere in Rabi about 4.4 to even can go up to 6 degrees Celsius. That will be a horrible situation. Wheat could be totally wiped out from this region. And rainfall could decrease. But in Kharif, rainfall could increase. That could lead to flooding and all that. So we have to think of changing our habits. So projected impacts of climate change on Indian agriculture could be cereal production, productivity to decrease can from 10 to 40% by 2100. Greater loss, as I explained, expected in Rabi, because it is known that every 1 degree increase in temperature could decrease wheat production by 4 to 5 million tons. Because temperature already started rising in February, grain filling, panicle initiation, all these could be affected. Particularly grain filling gets affected when the temperatures are high. So the yield starts decreasing. And there could be reduced frequency of frost damage because heat will be there. So potato, peas and all these crops get benefited. And damage to ozone layer may cause harm to leaf canopy. Droughts, hot windy conditions, salinity, flooding may be on the rise and likely to increase production variability. And increasing temperature would increase fertilizer requirements. For the same production level, if temperature is higher, you need to use more fertilizer. That's also the problem. So we have to adopt climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture, as defined by the Food and Agriculture Organization, increases productivity, enhances resilience, removes greenhouse gas emissions wherever possible, and enhances achievement of national food security and development goals. So climate smart agriculture means we have to maintain the productivity and production, but by reducing your emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. So objectives of climate smart agriculture are basically to increase or maintain productivity by enhancing crop and livestock production and farm profitability. Climatically smart agriculture works to raise overall agriculture productivity and provide greater food security. Then adaptation. Of course, climate smart agriculture aims to fortify agriculture infrastructure against the destructive efforts of global warming. Then mitigation. One of the primary goals of climatically smart agriculture is to reduce the amount of greenhouse gas released into the atmosphere because of the farming activities. So, for this, climate smart agriculture practices incorporates boosting soil carbon absorption, reducing greenhouse gas emissions to mitigate climate change detrimental effects, and boost agriculture production and profitability. Climatical smart agriculture is almost similar to precision agriculture, but we say that everything should be so precise that nothing goes waste and then there is no harm to the climate. Climate change and soil. Soils are integral to the function. You know that nothing can grow without soil. Of course, you can use hydroponics, but that is for small thing. But basic agriculture has to happen in soil only. Soil is the base. And to food and fiber production. So we have to have a smart soil to have smart agriculture. Soil has many biological, chemical, physical characteristics with a marked spatial and temporal variability. And changing climate will affect these characteristics. So we have somehow to save the soil from all these consequences of the changing climate. For the growing plants, inter alia well-being of people and animals who are dependent on the broad range of environmental goods and services regulated by soil. So climate smart soil is controlled by soil biodiversity, soil tilth, carbon sequestration, and high fertilizer use efficiency. FU is fertilizer use efficiency. And for that you need to have climate smart fertilizers. For higher fertilizer use efficiency, you need to have climate smart fertilizers. But climate change, of course, will be adversely affecting all these things. So your efforts should aim to reduce the impact of climate change. So the role of fertilizers in climate smart agriculture could be, it is estimated that fertilizers represent about 2.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. 1.5% of which derived from their application and rest from their production. Roughly 1% emissions are from production of fertilizers and 1.5% from their application. Though this figure seems negligible, especially considering the agriculture sector as a whole is 12.5% of greenhouse gas emissions, the fertilizer industry is nevertheless committed to reducing its carbon footprint, because still it is also a lot, even 1.5%. Fertilizer use efficiency is a major concern because we have a very low fertilizer use efficiency. Some of times, I don't know, some of you people who are involved in agriculture might have seen in your places also, that particularly in this region, I mean to say northwestern India, people take urea bag and dump into that water tanky, whatever, and they say, 250 रुपए की तो है, जाने दे सुसरी को, जहाँ जाती है. And that mentality has created a lot of problems. We do not bother about the consequences of uncontrolled use of that kind of fertilizer, particularly urea. Because due to political reasons, I will say that urea prices have not been increased during the last 40 years. Same 260 rupees what you used to pay in 1980s, a farmer is paying the same. So that has led to the, I will say, horrible or you say excessive use of urea where it is not needed, or uncontrolled use of urea. That's why fertilizer use efficiency is a major concern for all of us. Fertilizer I use, you know, is a natural or synthetic material applied to soil or plant tissues to supply plant nutrients. Fertilizer use efficiency defined as the amount of an increase in yield of the harvested portion of the crop per unit of fertilizer nutrient applied where high yields are obtained. Efficiency of added fertilizer, you will be astonished to know that nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency is maximum 40%. In rice fields, it's not even 20%. You apply 100 kilo of urea, plant can take only 20% of that. 80% goes to your atmosphere, to your soil through leaching and polluting water bodies, polluting soil, causing a lot of atmospheric problems. Phosphorus fertilizer is 15% or less. Sometimes you feel that all your water bodies have too much algal growth, eutrophication. That is happening due to phosphorus pollution. For potassium fertilizer efficiency is better, 70%, 50 to 70%, because there is no pollution at least due to the potassium. Micronutrients efficiency, you are know it's not more than 1%, 1.5%, 2%. 98% gets fixed in the soil. So factors which affect fertilizer use efficiency are soil, climate. Because soil, all the fertilizer has to go to soil, whatever the condition in the soil, fertilizer use efficiency will be the same. And climate, because soil is controlled by climate. So climate affects the fertilizer use efficiency. Of course, your crops, how efficient they are to take the nutrients, nature of fertilizer material, how good or bad, practices of fertilizer application, how, I told you, farmers dump that bag in the tanki, so that is not going to help you with the fertilizer use efficiency. So it's the practices of fertilizer application. And then you have use sometime amendments to increase fertilizer use efficiency. Those amendments. Best fertilizer management, it depends on the fertilizer type, application rate, application time, and application placement, etc., which will decide its fertilizer use efficiency. Nowadays, you know, many of you, most of the commercial fertilizers are quick release, like urea. You apply, it's dissolved immediately, and then nutrients are released. In other words, their release curve is immediate and does not synchronize with or match the dynamic needs of crop growth. Plant does not take the whole nitrogen or the same day. So that's left unused, and then it is subject to leaching losses, ammonia volatilization, nitrification, nitrous oxide losses. So that creates the problems. So it is, that means nutrients will not be available to plants when they are needed. To deal with these challenges, the global fertilizer industry has been working to develop new fertilizers called controlled release fertilizers, where you can control the release of nutrients. Controlled release fertilizers are defined as fertilizers that contain a plant nutrient in a form the plant cannot immediately absorb. Uptake is delayed after application, so controlled release fertilizer provides the plant with available nutrients for a longer time compared to quick release fertilizers like urea. These are mostly coated or encapsulated with inorganic or organic materials that control the rate, pattern, and duration of plant nutrient release. They are sometimes come with coatings or nanoparticles. You must be hearing all these days, nanofertilizers. So we will be discussing a little bit of controlled release fertilizers or the slow release fertilizer and the nanofertilizers, which are the talk of the town nowadays in India. So ideal fertilizer should be, which should match, the release of nutrients should match with the plant uptake. That's the ideal. It should be synchronized. But in practice, this does not happen. So, first I am discussing this controlled release fertilizers, a natural fertilizer, polyhalite. You must have heard a news about 2 months back that Punjab, a lot of polyhalites had been discovered, and Punjab government is trying to extract. About 1 month back also that news was there. But I don't know how serious they are or how big the deposits are. Because polyhalites, this particular is a 4 nutrient. It contains sulfur, potassium, magnesium, calcium. Sulfur about 18%, potassium 12.5%, potassium oxide, magnesium 5%, calcium 15%. And these are all nutrients which are needed by the plant. This polysulfate or polyhalite, at present there is only one mine active in Bolby in England under the English Sea. So you can see the potash deposits normally are found about 1 kilometer down, about 1,000 meter from the surface level. And this Polyhalite is found at 1250 meters, 250 meters below potash deposits. So these are mostly Permian deposits. They are extracted from the, say, 1.25 kilometers below the surface. You can see the big diggers, they dig out and then take out. It's a natural product. Nothing is done. Just crushed and sold. No purification, no processes. That's why it can be used in organic fertilizer. That's why it is a natural product, and it's a mixture. It's not a mixture of sulfates. It's a single crystal where all four elements are embedded. So there are no processes except the grinding and packing. So there are hardly any carbon footprints left. And it's a slow release fertilizer. Very slow. It's a better for the environment as less risk of leaching losses, and better for crops as crops get nutrition as needed, because it's a slow release. It synchronizes with the uptake of nutrients. There had been lot of experiments. I will not, of course, discuss all this in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University on tomato, vegetables, and Trivandrum, CTCRI on cassava, and then IAHR, Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, on vegetables, and so many in Toklai Tea Research Station, on in Toklai, in Assam, on tea, and so many other places. I am just giving two examples. This is from cabbage and cauliflower from Indian Institute of Horticulture Research, Bangalore. When we applied NPK plus 75% of sulfur through polysulfate or polyhalite, it gave the maximum yield. And then application of potassium added through polyhalite increased yield by almost 10%. And sulfur from polysulfite or polyhalite was found to be equally effective as through the gypsum. Gypsum was other source used for comparing the for sulfur. Similarly, this cassava in CTCRI Kerala, Trivandrum, POP is package of practices plus polysulfate was applied. Then the highest tuber yield was obtained, and then quality parameters like cyanogenic leukocytes or starch content were also be found the best. So that proved that polysulfate can be a good source of particularly sulfur and other nutrients. And we have conducted a lot of trials on polysulfate in our institute at Gurgaon on bajra. You can see there is hardly any difference in the with NP and polysulfate and 100% NPK. There was no difference in the yield. Like wheat, simultaneously on the left side it is 100% NPK, right side 100% NPK polysulfate. You can see the crops are same, while with this 100% NP plus polysulfate has received no additional potassium. So the results indicated that polyhalite slowly solubilizes but completely in a few days, hence providing potassium, magnesium, calcium and sulfur in an available form to the growing crops after application. The results showed that polyhalite has been regularly equally effective source of all these nutrients and for different crops. Leaching losses of potassium and magnesium, calcium were very less when using polyhalite. Polyhalite has been recognized as natural mineral because there are no chemical processes involved, so can be used in organic farming. In many countries, it is being used. No processing is involved in production of polyhalite except physical grinding, hence has very few footprints of pollutants. Or nanotechnology is the other one. Nanotechnology, you must be hearing all these days. nano urea, nano DAP. This is a concept of sustainable agriculture applying innovative nanotechnology in agriculture. Nanoparticle, you know? Anybody knows about nanoparticles? What is the size of nanoparticles? Can anybody tell? 10? Less than? That is a nano fertilizer. Nano size, what is the nano size if you compare? 10 raised power minus 9. So that is very small particle, regarded as one of the promising approaches to significantly increase crop production and feed the world's rapidly growing population. Nanomaterials are defined as materials with a single unit between 100 and, you are right, 1 and 100 nanometer. Nanofertilizers are either nanomaterials that can supply one or more nutrients, or those which facilitate to improve the performance of conventional fertilizers, but do not directly provide any nutrients. So these are many nanofertilizers have been developed: nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. Nitrogen, there is a nano urea which contains 4 to 20% of nitrogen. This is sold by IFCO, developed by IFCO. And then there is a nano DAP, 8% nitrogen, 16% P2O5, phosphorus oxide, pentoxide, also developed by IFCO India. And then there are many others which are still in the pipeline, not in the field. And similarly, there are many micro nano fertilizers: iron, manganese, zinc, copper, molybdenum. But zinc, nano zinc has come to the market in some places. All others are still in the research stage. Nanomaterials enhanced fertilizers are also available. Nutrient augmented zeolite fertilizers, polymer coated nanofertilizers. So I will not go into this. Climate smart nanofertilizers, they are slow or control released, less greenhouse gas emissions, low ammonia emissions, low nutrient leaching, low surface runoff loss, and high fertilizer efficiency. Whatever we were saying, that those are the demerits of conventional fertilizers, so nano fertilizer should be able to meet all those. And routes for transportation of nanoparticles could be foliar through stomata, or below ground seed treatment, or through the root. All three we can give. Climate smart nitrogenous urea fertilizer have been developed using different proportion of polymer, backbone, crossing linkers. So these are all developed by my co-author, Dr. Srivastava, who has more than 10 patents on nanofertilizers. Indian patents, not global patents. So efficient P fertilizer, that's also developed by him, phosphorus fertilizers. It contains 17 to 18% P2O5, Indian patent number is given. And effect of different nano P fertilizer on grain and straw yields of rice and wheat were worked out by Dr. Srivastava when he had developed this. And it was found that grain yield of both rice and wheat were much better than P enriched post methanol sludge, that was a nano fertilizer, as compared to the single superphosphate fertilizer. So nano P was found to be even better than single superphosphate fertilizer for rice and wheat. Similarly, the mean apparent P recovery, you know, phosphorus, as I told you, its efficiency is not even 15%, most of that. The recovery is very poor. Most of that left in the soil. So when they applied this nano P, recovery was almost 40% in rice and almost even up to 60%, 64% in wheat. So that means the recovery of both these nutrients is much better where you don't have even 15%. So nano P worked much more efficiently as compared to the single superphosphate, which was applied as a conventional P fertilizer. nano urea and nano DAP fertilizer. We, as I told that we are now interested more in nano fertilizers. In our institute from last 5 years, we are doing more experiments, field experiments, trials on different crops. So these nano materials, fertilizers have been developed are being sold by IFCO, CRIBCO, IPL, NFL, RCF. And nano urea and nano DAP, which are produced by IFCO and some other companies. Nano urea, which used to contain only 4% nitrogen, now contains about 20%. There was a lot of criticism that it is too low. Nano DAP contains 8% and 16% P2O5. It's not actually, because actual DAP should contain 18% nitrogen, 46%. So for the convenience of farmers, they have given the name it to as a nano DAP. It's not DAP, cannot be, because it contains only 8% nitrogen and 16% P2O5. Normally, the DAP should contain 18% nitrogen, 46% P2O5. So we have conducted a lot of trials on bajra, on rice, on sorghum and wheat. You can see the rice crop, the 100% nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, that is a recommended treatment, and versus where we have a N75%, P75% plus K plus nano DAP 2 sprays. The crop was equally good. And there are many treatments. Of course, this is at the harvest. This is a basmati rice during Kharif 2025. And you can see different treatments at the harvest, 100% NPK, and then the nano DAP 2 sprays, and then missing N, missing P. When we calculated the results, this is a Pusa Basmati 1692 variety. We found that, of course, our control is, you can say, is the NPK, nitrogen 150, P60 and K60. That is NPK 100%. That gave the best result, highest for almost 400 kilograms of basmati paddy yield. But when we applied nitrogen 75%, phosphorus 75%, potassium plus nano DAP seed soaking plus 2 nano DAP sprays, this was equally good, almost 3,948 grain yield. And straw yield was also almost similar, non-significant differences. And net profit was almost 73,000 with the control, that is NPK 100%. And with this treatment 67,000, because though the yields were same, almost similar, profit was less because the cost of applying nano fertilizers is much more, because you have to go for spray, and spray is a labor intensive, and then that costs more. That is the reason that the profitability comes down with nano fertilizers. Now, Government of India they have introduced drone didis, you must have heard, where they say that Lakhpati Didi or drone Didi. Government of India is providing drones to the farm women or the women in rural areas, which can give drones on rent to the other farmers for spraying these nano fertilizers. I think the target is about to provide 5 lakh on drones by Government of India to nano this drone didis. Similarly, we have a lot of experiments from last 4 years on wheat, nano urea and nano DPA trials. You can see the crop is very good. Almost whether you have 100% NPK or with nano urea or nano DAP treatments, crop performance is same, not much difference. At harvest, almost similar. But the difference came when we took the yield. Vegetative growth looked same. Up to harvest, everything looked same. But when the grains came, then nano urea was not able to perform. The yields were less. Nano DAP is much more comparable to the 100% nitrogen phosphorus K treatment. Similarly, we had on bajra and sorghum also we had. And Bajra, you can see that 100% NPK gave about 3,000, 2,997 in grain yield. And this treatment, 2,907, the second best, 75% nitrogen, 75% P plus K plus nano DAP seed soaking plus nano DAP spray. You can save bit on about 25% of fertilizers on urea and DAP, N and P, by using this nano DAP sprays. And it's not saving of these two fertilizers, it's a saving of environment 25%, because use of urea creates a lot of problems with the gas emissions and also with the leaching losses. So it's not monetarily, it may not be giving you the equal amount, but the saving in environment is much, much precious. In IRI, lot of trials have been conducted on nano DAP. This is Dr. Reddy et al. In 2025 they published. Best treatment was when they have applied P100 plus nano P at 5 milliliter per liter. So that gave the best yield, grain yield, and also the agronomic efficiency. Both rice and wheat, wheat, both years, it was found to be the best when they had applied 5 milliliter per liter of nano DAP. Similarly, this profitability was also with 2.5 to 5 ml is the best. Similarly, this is Tamil Nadu Agriculture University on tomato. They also found that nano 2 sprays of nano DAP at 0.7% at flowering and fruiting stage produce the highest mean fruit yield, and also the quality parameters were better. Similarly, my co-author had developed efficient zinc fertilizer, nano zinc fertilizer has also been developed. He got the patent. And the results also indicated that wherever both rice and wheat, the yields were better when a zinc enriched post-methanol biosludge, that is a nano fertilizer, was applied at the rate of 5 kg zinc per hectare as compared to the zinc sulfate. Similarly, apparent zinc recovery was also much better when the nano zinc fertilizer was applied as compared to the zinc sulfate, that is the conventional. So polymer coated nano iron fertilizer has also been developed by him, polymer coated nano zinc. And it was also found out that hepatite, hydroxyapatite nano hybrids were found to be much better than the conventional fertilizers. Silica nanoparticles have been used by many. Silica nanoparticles have also been tried as fertilizers on various crops such as tomato, cucurbits, maize, etc., etc. Nanosilica coated nanofertilizers have been found to prevent infection and develop disease resistance by forming a binary layer on microbes. That also has been it's a benefit in controlling some diseases. So in conclusion, I will say that climate change is a reality, and Indian agriculture is likely to suffer losses due to heat, erratic weather, and decreased irrigation availability. Nanotechnology application in agriculture appear to be a promising approach, fostering the transformation of conventional production systems into upgraded agriculture practices with a clear emphasis on the development of more efficient and environmentally friendly methodologies. Nanofertilizers could be a crucial development in the protection of the environment because they can be applied in smaller quantities compared to traditional fertilizers, very small amounts, hence reducing leaching and other losses. Climate smart soil and fertilizer management will help in the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions and global warming. And all nanofertilizers should follow the biosafety. Biosafety is also very crucial because we are now developing, but we are not bothered about biosafety at them. In future, we must consider biosafety also. Thank you very much for your kind attention. if there are any questions.
Now session is open for discussion. If anyone
Thank
has
you.
any query.
Yeah, please. If I am able to, because most of the work is by my colleague. Technology is his. We are only doing the application part. Yes. Good morning. I think the problematic, there is no question, because you are applying very small amount. You asked me, I think I had shown about 60% absorption was there in some cases, where normally it's not even 10 to 15%, normal, I mean traditional fertilizer. So that way nano fertilizers leave very little footprint of pollution, I mean to say. There is no question, because the amount is very small, and then it's likely to be absorbed most of that. So that's why it is considered to be highly efficient, and then less or no pollution. Any other, please? Yes. No, I don't think. Not. No. No, they have a, of course, they take nanoparticles, and then it's urea now being sold is in emulsion. It's not a solid fertilizer. It comes into 500 bottles.
Yeah.
So they take nanoparticles and make it emulsion. No, no, no. Because the amount applied is so less, 2 to 4 milliliter per liter, and then you are using, say, 100 liters of water for spraying, one spray in 1 acre. So about 200 ml of nano fertilizer, and 500 ml bottle comes of emulsion. Out of that you are using 1 acre only 200 ml. So that contains only, say, 20% even nitrogen. The amount goes to is very, very less, and then it is spread over whole acre, I mean to say, foliar spray. It's not applied to soil. Yeah, millions of bottles are being sold, millions and millions. I think more than, nowadays about 30 million bottles are being sold in India annually. And we are exporting to many countries, many countries, Brazil, Latin America, lot of Latin America, Asian countries also. DAP is much more effective, nano DAP. That is priced at 650 rupees, and then nano urea is priced at 180 or something like 500. That's a very good question. Because technology. Because here you have to spray. For spraying you need manpower, and then, or maybe the government is saying that drones can be used, and that additional cost comes. And then I told you that farmer nowadays opens a bag of urea and puts in that tanky, जानी दो इसको क्या है, तो वो तो मेहनत करनी पड़ती है ना, it's a labor intensive. जी climate smart.
Then what is the reason that we are doing such effort?
State adaptability is not there, you mean to say.
Farmers and then when you will do that will be the more important instead of we are doing in lab.
No. Lot of extension work is also being done. It's not that we are teaching farmers through extension, and that it's good for you, good for the country, good for the environment. But first, wherever you have a new technology, it involves little adaptation takes time, first thing. When urea was introduced in this state in 1967, when rice was also introduced, there used to be no rice in this region. There were a lot of apprehensions that urea, nobody was taking urea. Government was promoting that you take one bag at least try, fertilizer company, but so new technology takes time. You have to make extra efforts to introduce new technology. Second thing, what is available now, that is much easier to apply, much cheaper, and then climate is not a big concern for them who use these fertilizers. That's the reason. They say that the easiest and the cheapest things are available, though adaptability becomes a little difficult there. So it's a matter of time, but it will take. It's a matter of time. See, the burning of paddy straw was a big issue. This year, it was, I think, reduced by at least 60%. Much less November problem you had, or Delhi, or even this area. November used to be, you could not see anything. But this year, much better, because the legislation was so strong in Punjab, particularly, that burning of rice straw was much less as compared to earlier years. So probably with time, the technology will be taken up by the users.
I don't have a question.
Yes.
I don't have a question, but a comment.
Yes, please.
Sir. Yeah. You are on the spot about the legislation. Unless we have strong regulations in India, and we have to work out a process to educate the community, the targeted community, farmers, or so far our approach is only one-sided: productivity, or money. So the concept of sustainability has still
Lost
filter in the minds of average Indian, because सभी को लगता है यार पैसा और है ना चौधरी, ये नहीं देख रहे कि भाई इसका इफेक्ट भी है, नेगेटिव पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट. तो बैलेंस ग्रोथ इज द मेन इशू. I think once they will understand our cooperative farming, when people will pool in their resources, okay भाई अगर ड्रोन लेना है तो एक खेत में ड्रोन नहीं चलेगा, सारे गांव पे या 2 ड्रोन ले लो, it will be done. So that mentality is a big issue. I think it's a long way, but the technology is pretty good.
Yes, I do agree with you. It's a long way to go. But as far as I know, in the Government of India or Indian Council of Agriculture Research, now that beginning has taken place.
Which
The
is good.
emphasis is not on productivity. It's now they are going back. Use less fertilizer. Maybe it should be environmentally friendly. It should be soil friendly. It should be human friendly also. So that concept is changing, but it will take time. It will take time.
I agree, sir, because when Green Revolution was introduced, I think when I was born around that time it was introduced. And at that time the logic was only productivity, but
Produce.
But I have done pretty good work, quite a lot of work in Green Revolution policy matter systems, and then realized, environment or ecology was not the target, but now at least for the last 20-30 years, this pressure is going on, and ecosystem services and lots of things have come up. And it's good to know that Government of India and ICAR, they are looking into it seriously, because ecology and agriculture are coming together.
Yes.
And ecology is everywhere, basically.
And we are committed to zero emissions by 2070.
We have to be.
Yes.
Australia have to be 2050.
Yeah,
We have to
2070
do it
we
by
have committed. And for that we have to have our smart agriculture.
Yes, we have to have. Yeah. No worries.
And
Thank you very
ICR
much.
thinking is completely changed now. You can you can take my word. They no more
I can.
productivity. They say we have a lot of surplus food grains now. We produce too
Yes.
much, and
Yep.
but at the cost of environment. So
Yep.
now the thinking is changing that we should have produce what we need, but at
Yep.
safe levels, safe environment, safe soils.
Nature conservation. You know, we
Yeah,
have to
nature
conserve the resources.
conservation
We have
of
to conserve the
everything,
resource.
soil and environment. Yes.
I hope, sir, at one stage this compost will become a more trend in India because we have lots of organic waste, and I know people are already working on that. But it's great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You are welcome. Thank you very much. Any more questions?
Thank you, sir. We had a very insightful and valuable talk by Dr. S.K. Bansal on climate smart fertilizer for meeting changes in plant nutrition needs, and Dr. S.K. Bansal thrown light starting from very basic, that is what is climate, then what are climate changes, and then how the anthropogenic activities they are contributing to the climate change, and then what is the impact of the climate changes on Indian agriculture, and how we can mitigate these impacts by introducing that is called as climate smart agriculture through the application of climate smart fertilizer, and then ultimately to the conclusion to mitigate all these climate changes effects, we have to produce in our own country that is known to be the climate smart farmers. Only then we will be able to overcome these effects of reducing the minimizing the release of the greenhouse gases and the impact of the global warming. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor S.K. Bansal for enriching us on the climate change, and then what is climate smart farming, and then climate smart fertilizer for this first session, technical session of the conference. Thank you, sir, once again for delivering a nice talk. Thank you, sir. It was very interesting and was of the interest of all the participants.
So now I would like to invite Professor Pramesh to felicitate today's speaker. Now I would like to invite Professor Narendra to felicitate Dr. Parmesh.
Thank you for inviting me.
So thank you for both the speakers, and thank you Professor Parmesh for chairing the session. So now the session is over, and I would like to invite other members of the session.
Thank you, sir.
Can I take my USB? Thank you. Okay, thanks a lot. I will be taking leave.
So, very good morning to all the respected dignitaries, Honorable Chairperson, esteemed speakers, distinguished delegates, research scholars, and participants. Myself, Dr. Dipti Grover, on behalf of Organizing Secretary, I feel immense pleasure to welcome you all in the 5th plenary session of the Day 2 International Conference on Biodiversity and Climate Change Challenges and Management. So today's session is enriched by the presence of our esteemed speakers, Professor C.P. Singh and Professor Vijay Malik. And both the speakers are renowned and expert in their fields. And this session will be chaired by Professor Anil Gupta, a distinguished speaker. And now I would like to invite our chairperson of the session, Professor Anil Gupta ji, to formally welcome the speakers and invite them. I would like to invite our eminent speaker, Vijay Malik ji, to please welcome on the dais. Our second speaker, maybe they join in very short period of time.
A very good morning to all of you. On the behalf of organizing committee of this conference, it's my privilege to welcome to you all in this plenary session 5 on today's conference. Myself, Professor Anil Gupta, Department of Botany, IHS, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and it's my pleasure and honor to chair this session. And this technical session has been thoroughly designed to bring together cutting-edge research and practical management strategies that address these global concerns. It serves not only as forum for academic exchange, but also as catalyst for action and inspiring us to convert scientific knowledge into sustainable solutions for the preservation of our planet's nature wealth. And there are two distinguished speakers for this session, but one speaker I think on the way and not joined yet. But the one of the eminent speaker, Professor Vijay Malik, Department of Botany, Chaudhry Charan Singh University, Meerut, is joining us for their presentation, and we must hear his presentation because these days we are forgetting the classical botany. Most of the students, most of the teachers, they work at the molecular level. And Professor Malik is the pillar in the field of systematics. And this is the most important thing. Why? Because before understand the systematic or type of plant which grow in a particular environmental condition, you should not able to go at the gene level or molecular level. So it's my privilege to introduce Professor Malik. And Professor Malik, with over 2 decades of academics and research excellence, has made remarkable contribution to understanding plant diversity through what he described as the 3 pillars of plant classification: plant taxonomy, nomenclature, and evolutionary relationship. Professor Malik's scholarly impact is truly impressive. He has authored 13 books in biological science and published more than 80 peer-reviewed research papers in national and international repute journals, and his dedication to nurturing young scientists is reflected in his mentorship of 8 completed PhD scholars with several more currently under his supervision. And beyond research, Professor Malik plays a vital leadership role in academic governance across India. He serves on board of studies and research degree committees of multiple universities, contributing significantly to curriculum development and research policy. He is also a policy organizer of national seminars, workshops, and and refresher courses that continuously elevate botanical education. So we have privilege to learn from his deep expertise today. I welcome Professor Malik. Please give big round of applause to Professor Malik for their talk. Please, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity. At the very beginning, I thank to organizing secretary and head of the department, Botany, Dr. Yogesh Kumar, and Professor Narendra Singh, who has given me this opportunity to present my expertise, my view on traditional nomenclature and phylogenetic nomenclature. I also thank to chair for introducing me with you people. And without delay, I come to the point. As you know, the topic is traditional to modern. Traditional nomenclature, that is rank-based, and phylogenetic nomenclature, that is rankless. I want to know how many of you are of botany or biology background. Just raise your hand. I think many of you people are from biology background. The presentation will be useful for either it is from botany background or geology background or environmental science background. So, I start my presentation with this quotation, and you can read it. I am also reading it. One should never quarrel about words. हमें शब्दों पे झगड़ा नहीं करना चाहिए. And never get involved in the question of terminology. One should always keep away from discussing concepts. हमें concept को भी discuss करने से हमको दूर रहना चाहिए. But I want to tell you, I will discuss terminology, I will discuss concept in this presentation, and I hope many of you have not learned phylogenetic nomenclature or phylocode And today, in the end, I believe that you will be able to learn many points of phylogenetic nomenclature. Now, what is ICN or ICBN? Previously, we called it ICBN, but after 2011, we call it as ICN. And what is ICN? International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi and Plants. That it is a book. It is also known as code, and this book contains set of rules and recommendations that governs naming of these organisms. These organisms means algae, fungi and plants. After every 6 years, at international level, there is an International Botanical Congress, and in this Congress, the rules of nomenclature are decided, or changes, or here discussion on vote and proposal to modify the code are discussed. And this numbering system starts from 1900. 1900 से शुरू होता है और हर 6 साल बाद कोड के ऊपर डिस्कशन होता है, मीटिंग होती है, कोड मॉडिफाई होता है. कोड मीन्स code is a book that contains rules and regulation. Very simple definition. What is code? Code is a book that contains rules and recommendations for naming algae, fungi and plants. These are 3 codes. International Code of Botanical Nomenclature. It can be abbreviated as ICBN, and this code was published in 2006. It is Vienna code. It is also known as red code because its cover is red. And after 6 years, another code came, and it is known as Melbourne Code, International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi and Plants. And here you can see that the name changed. यहीं पर नाम बदला इसका. Before 2012, the title of the code was International Code of Botanical Nomenclature, but since 2012, the title has become International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi and Plants. After 6 years, again International Botanical Congress was held in China, and the title of the code is International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi and Plants. It is also known as Shenzhen Code, and Melbourne Code is also known as Yellow Code. Shenzhen Code is also known as Blue Code. So here we have 3 codes of 3 colors, that is red code, yellow code and blue code. Now this is the latest code, that is International Code of Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi and Plants, and it is Madrid Code. This is the most recent code, Madrid Code 2025. You can see that in Melbourne Code, the title was changed from ICBN to ICN. Melbourne Code means yellow code. The title was changed from International Code of Botanical Nomenclature to International Code of Nomenclature. The new title now will be International Code of Nomenclature of Algae, Fungi and Plants. International Nomenclature for Algae, Fungi and Plants, it should be. And what was the need to change the title? Why title was changed in 2011 Congress and Botanical Code, that is Melbourne Code? The need was that this change reflect efforts to ensure that the communities of biologists that used to study algae and fungi, which have traditionally been treated as plants, understand that this code applies to their organism. इसकी आवश्यकता इसलिए पड़ी थी कि जो लोग, जो स्टूडेंट, जो प्रोफेसर, जो साइंटिस्ट एल्गी और फंजाई पर काम कर रहे हैं, वो अच्छी तरह समझ ले कि इस कोड के नियम उनके ऑर्गेनिज्म पर भी लागू होते हैं, इसलिए ऐसा हुआ. And now you can see that the name of the code is partly capitalized and partly not. You can see in International Code of Nomenclature, I is in uppercase, in code C is in uppercase, in nomenclature N is in uppercase. In algae, you can say first letter is in lowercase, and in fungi, first letter is in lowercase. In plant, first letter is in lowercase. So the name of the code is partly capitalized and partly not. Why partly not? The reason is the lowercase for algae, fungi and plants indicates that these terms, that is algae, fungi and plants, these terms do not denote the formal name of the clade, and these terms have been historically and traditionally utilized by mycologist, phycologist and botanist. मेरे ख्याल से आप समझ गए होंगे मैं क्या बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि एल्गी जो शब्द है, फंजाई जो शब्द है और प्लांट जो शब्द है, ये कहीं किसी भी बोटेनिकल कांग्रेस में नहीं डिसाइड किए गए कि इस ग्रुप को हम फंजाई कहेंगे, इस ग्रुप को हम एल्गी कहेंगे, इस ग्रुप को हम प्लांट कहेंगे. सो दीज आर रिटन इन लोअर केस. And this is the most recent code, that is Madrid Code 2025. The 19th International Botanical Congress was held in Shenzhen, that is China, and the 20th, that is was to be held in Rio de Janeiro, but due to corona pandemic, it was held in Madrid, and the meeting was meeting of International Botanical Congress are held after every 6 years in the month of July, and now the most recent code is Madrid Code 2025. Now when India can compete for International Botanical Congress? Not before 2036. The protocol demands that the international venue of the International Botanical Congress should change from continent to continent. Now the next, that is after Madrid Code, the next International Botanical Congress probably will meet in North America or Africa. Now this is the physical structure of Madrid Code 2025, and it includes a preface, a preamble, division, and a glossary and 2 indexes. Preface include the Madrid Code contain a preface which summarizes the main changes to the code since the previous edition. It means preface के अंदर वो बातें हैं कि जो चाइना का शेंजन कोड आया था और मैड्रिड कोड आया उसके मुकाबले क्या क्या चेंज आई, प्रीफेस में वे बातें आती हैं. एंड प्रीएम्बल इंक्लूड 14 पॉइंट्स. दैट प्रीएम्बल इज सिमिलर टू अवर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. नाउ इट रिफ्लेक्ट्स द फिलोसफी ऑफ द botanical code, and it has 3 divisions. Division first include 6 principles, division second include rules and recommendation, division third include provisions for the governance of the code. And now finally there is a glossary and 2 indexes in the Madrid Code. The mandatory rules of the codes are called articles, and it has 62 articles. And there is a separate chapter for fungi known as chapter F, and here articles are F1 to F10. Similarly, there is separate chapter for hybrid, that is for the name of hybrid, and here articles are H1 to S12. Now these are 6 principles, that is independence, types, priority, single correct name, Latin name, and retroactivity, which I will not explain here. You can see these principles in code directly, and the code is freely available. It is online, Madrid 2020. You go to Google and type Madrid Code 2025 online. You will find this code. Now, anyone of you can tell me what is this? Botany student. This is APG. Have you heard this term? APG. What is APG? APG is American Phylogenetic Group. It is also known as American Phylogenetic Group. It is a APG, angiosperm phylogeny group. And what is APG? What is APG? Is this a new system of classification or something else? Meyer 1997 has referred to this system as cladification rather than classification. This is a cladification, and this is a new term nowadays you can see in literature. This is a cladification, not classification. Now if the taxonomy is naming of taxa, then naming of clade should be called cladonomy. However, taxonomy and nomenclature are different things. Now the result of cladonomy is cladification. Now its analog is taxonomy is equal to cladonomy and cladification is equal to classification. Actually, I agree with the Meyer that it is not a classification. This is a cladification. This is a cladification. Now, in traditional code, you will see that is written on right hand side, rank, oblique category and taxa, and the rank are kingdom, division, class, order, family, genus, species, and in front of these ranks, we used to write, and it is a rule, we write taxa. And here the highest taxa is plenty and lowest one is species, that is Thyspesia populinia. So in traditional system, it is rank based. What it is? Rank based. However, it is not evolutionary. And you can see that Pamela S. Soltis, she is a curator of Florida Museum, and she said that linear system was given more than 100 years ago, before the concept of evolution. 100 साल से पहले linear का system दिया गया था, and she said that linear was revolutionary, and he established rank-based system. Rank-based system means kingdom, division, class, order, family, genus, species. So, and on the time, the idea of evolution, there was no idea of evolution when Linnaeus gave the system. So why should we keep trying to put what we know about the evolution in a system that wasn't built to reflect it? Pamela S. Soltis ये कहती है कि Linnaeus का system 100 साल पहले, 100 years पहले दिया गया था, and that system is not based on evolution. And what we are doing today, it is evolutionary. तो वो Soltis कहती है कि हम अपना किया हुआ काम that we are doing on evolution basis, why do we keep our work in a system that is of lineage and whose base is not evolutionary? हम अपना काम ऐसे जगह क्यों रखते जाए जिसका आधार evolutionary नहीं था? फिर पामेला सोल्टिस ने कहा, मैंने ब्लू से लिखा है अगर आप पढ़ पा रहे हो, what might Linnaeus have said about this new system? Soltis was optimistic. Linnaeus ने अगर जो हम कर रहे हैं, what we are doing today, अगर Linnaeus उसको देखते तो Linnaeus ये कह देते, do it, you are doing good. समझे बात? So I read it. What might Linnaeus have said about the new system? So Soltis was optimistic. I think if he knew what we know now, he would say do it. अगर Linnaeus इसको देखता इस टाइम जो हम कर रहे हैं, तो Linnaeus खुद ही कह देते, do it, you are doing good. Now this is Phylocode. And what is Phylocode? Phylocode is a book similar to Madrid Code. Phylocode is also a book that contains rules and recommendations for phylogenetic nomenclatures. This is a new code that contains rules and recommendations for phylogenetic nomenclature. And phylogenetic nomenclature means this code has been devised to name the clade. Clade का नाम को देने के लिए इसके अंदर rules and regulation है. And the term phylogenetic nomenclature has been applied to nomenclature approach based on evolutionary principles. यानी कि जो नाम दिए जाएंगे वो उनका आधार क्या होगा? Evolutionary principles. And the book, this code was edited by Philip D. Cantino and Calvin D. Quiroz. मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ. The original draft came in 2000 में आया, and the most recent version is 2019. And this code is also freely available. You can see it on the website. And in between, several versions of this code came. One version came in 2003, 4, 6, 7, and 10, 14, and again in 14, and final version came in 2019. And it is freely available. It is the draft of the code that came in different year. Now, what are the components of this file code? And final version came in 2019, and it is version 6. It includes 6 chapters, 22 articles. Although the traditional code includes 62 articles, and it has a preface similar to traditional code, it has preamble similar to traditional code, it has principles, and division first contains principles and division second contains rules, and it has about 11 chapters. Finally, it has glossary, and I started learning nomenclature in 2018, and after that in 2020 I started learning file code, and now I have learned both the code at preliminary stage. Now these are the gents or workers who developed file code, that is Calvin de Queiroz and Philippe de Cantino. These were the two scientists who drafted the file code, and third one is J.A. Gauthier, and all the three, they edited Philonym. There is another book, Philonym, P-H-Y-L-O-N-Y-M. This one is file code, and there is another book known as Philonym, and this Philonym contains implementation of the file code. फाइलोनिम के अंदर है कि जो फाइलो कोड के अंदर जो नियम है उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन फाइलोनिम के अंदर है. मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ. एंड डी क्वेरोज, कैंटिनो एंड गोथियर ऑफ येल यूनिवर्सिटी एडिटेड द फाइलोनिम, एंड दिस फाइलोनिम कंटेन names of 300 clade, and it was established by 200 experts all over the world except India and China और एशियन साइंटिस्ट. मतलब ये एशियन का मुझे काम नहीं दिखाई देता कहीं पर भी में. तो ये जो है ज़्यादातर मैं आपको बताऊँ नोमेनक्लेचर या जो भी टैक्सोनॉमी फिजियोलॉजी हम पढ़ते हैं, ये आप देखते होंगे हम अपना किया हुआ कुछ नहीं पढ़ते, हम सब अंग्रेजों का किया हुआ पढ़ते हैं ना. देखते भी होंगे आप ये बात. So we have two books now, that is one book is Philo Code, second book is Philonym. Philo Code contain rules and regulation, and Philonym contain, that is rules and recommendations that have been implemented in Philonym. This is Philonym. That was Philo Code, and it is Philonym. It is implementation of the Philo Code, and it was published in 2020. The first edition of Philonym include about 300 clades, and here species names are not governed by the Philo Code of Philonym. Species names are still governed by the traditional code. So the Philonym was edited by de Queiroz, Cantino and Gauthier. Now what is clade? Clade, you can see in this picture. In simple language, clade may be defined as ancestor and all of its descendant. I have drawn a circle. This is big clade. Again, you can see in blue, it is smaller clade, and again in black, it is smaller clade, and this is, it means smaller clade is nested within the larger clade. We can call it nested clade. Now, you can see a term cladistic. Cladistic is a method of classifying species or group of organism into groups known as clade. The term cladistics is more or less synonymous with phylogenetics. Now you have heard the term cladification that I told you, and there is another term clade, phylocode, philonym, and clade is ancestor and all of its descendant. So cladistic is a method of classification or modern form of taxonomy, you can call it. it is more or less synonym with phylogenetics. Now, you have learned cladistics. Now, there is another term known as clanistic. And you have, I have told you what is clade. In cladistic, there is clan, C-L-A-N. Cladistic is a method in which organisms are grouped into clan. And in cladistics, organisms are grouped into clade. In clanistic, clan, and in cladistics, clade. No, there is Regnum database. It is a registration database. If someone establishes a clade, then he will give a definition of it and name of the clade, and that name and definition are to be registered in Regnum database. Without entering the definition and the name of the clade into the Regnum database, the effective publication will not be considered. So, according to Philo Code, clade name should be registered in the database known as Regnum database, and it should be published in peer-reviewed publication. Now, what is phylogenetic definition? Phylogenetic definition is a formal statement. It is a formal statement that describes a clade in phylogeny. Definition of phylogenetic definition. Ab dekho, definition of phylogenetic definition is, it is a formal statement that describes a clade in phylogeny. Now, the name of the clade and phylogenetic definition are given by explicit reference to phylogeny. That is, the clades are named here using phylogenetic definition, and phylogenetic definition is a formal statement. It is a formal statement, and the boundaries of the clade are defined with the help of specifier, and here specifier may be species, specimen, or traits. Now, definition of monocotyledony. And you will say that monocotyledons are the plants which have parallel venation, and which has single cotyledon, and which has what? Taproot system, and which has vascular bundle in a scattered form. Ye kahenge na? Now, according to Philo Code or Phylonyme, what are monocotyledony? Or it is the phylogenetic definition of monocotyledony. Monocotyledony, here is a clade, name of the clade. And the phylogenetic definition of this monocotyledony is this, that is, smallest crown clade containing Acorus calamus, that was given by Linnaeus. Gymnostachys encipis, it was given by Robert Brown, Alice Matels, and Lilium superbum, it was given by Linnaeus. And this is a minimum crown clade definition. This is monocotyledony. You can see there is no reticulate parallel venation, there is no taproot system, there is no single cotyledon. So, according to phylogeny, Philo Code and Phylonyme, the definition of monocotyledony are, bolo, the smallest crown clade containing Acorus calamus, Gymnostachys encipis, and Lilium superbum. अजीब लगा होगा आपको देख के कि मोनोकोटिलिडनी को मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ, समझे बात? लेकिन ये इसकी इवोल्यूशनरी डेफिनेशन है. कौन सी डेफिनेशन है? दिस इज ए इवोल्यूशनरी डेफिनेशन और फाइलोजेनेटिक डेफिनेशन. एंड बिलो देयर इज, it is abbreviated definition of this monocotyledony. Monocotyledony, I am not writing monocot. Monocot is not a clade. Monocotyledony is a clade. Now, types of phylogenetic definition. We have three types of phylogenetic definition, that is node-based definition, branch-based definition, apomorphic definition. I come to node-based definition. Node-based definition, this for example, in white you can say that it is a small phylogenetic tree, and I draw a line around A and B up to node where ancestor of A and B connects. It is node. It is known as minimum clade definition, or formally it was called node-based definition. The node-based definition, the last common ancestor of A and B. What is the last common ancestor of A and B here? Node. And all the descendant of that ancestor. It is known as node-based definition. Node-based definition understood or not? Node-based definition starts from node, where ancestor of A and B is present. So it is the least inclusive clade, बहुत छोटा clade है, and here A and B are internal specifier, and this type of clade may be abbreviated as like this, no? Now second definition is maximum clade definition, and formerly it was known as branch based definition or stem based definition, and here you can see that the line, the dotted line is below the, that is common ancestor at node first and above the node second. The node, the second node or lowest most जो lowest node है वो जहाँ पर C connect है इससे ऊपर है नहीं? मैं बता दूँ अब the first ancestor of A which is not an ancestor of C and all descendant of that ancestor, thus the entire line below the junction of A and B belong to this clade to which the name with this definition refers. So it is the largest clade containing A but not C. This clade contains A but not C. If it includes C, then what will happen? Then the line will be drawn throughout this, including C. So here A is an internal specifier. Specifier may be a species, specimen or apomorphic character, and C is an external specifier. Now third definition is apomorphic based definition, and it is given in article 9.7 of the Philo code, and the first ancestor of A, you can see first ancestor of A to possess the character M, and that is inherited by A and all descendant of that ancestor. Means this clade starts from a character, and that character is denoted here by M. So M evolves as an apomorphy, and it is represented by a horizontal line. So we have three types of definition, that is node based definition, stem based definition, and apomorphy based definition. So the lower part of the line is excluded here. Lower part of the line means line below M is excluded from apomorphy based definition. Now what are specifier? Specifier, as I have told you, it may be a species, it may be a specimen, or it may be a character. The Philo code discourages use of non-type specimen as specifier. I will tell you what are specifier. Now specifier, there should be a, what should be the specifier? There should be a judicious choice of specifier. A well-known species should be selected as a specifier. A species that is nested within the cladogram should be selected as specifier. And a species whose character is well-known and is well-known among the scientists, among the workers, that is, should be selected as specifier. But according to De Queiroz and Cantino, the type and rank of International Code of Botanical Nomenclature are equivalent to specifier. Now type of specifier, specifier may be of two types, internal specifier, external specifier. And internal specifier, here in internal specifier, these are member of the clade, whereas in external specifier, these are not the member of the clade. But according to code, there may be minimum clade definition, minimum crown clade definition, maximum clade definition, maximum total clade definition in apomorphy based definition. Now you can understand this cladogram and how to name these clades with the help of this data. You can see this. Here there are 7 taxa and 9 character, and this is the most parsimonious diagram from this matrix, and you can name this like this. For example, this is a node based definition, and I have drawn a red line around this, and this clade is known as alpha 1, and here name of the taxa is alpha and beta, and second clade is node based, that is gamma, and here specifier are gamma and epsilon. This is another clade name and node based, and you can see the red line, this is big node based clade. Now you can, in the same way you can see stem based clade, and this is alpha 1 stem based clade, and this is another gamma stem based clade. This is big clade, another alpha 2, we can call it. And this is again there is apomorphy based. This is apomorphy based clade. This is not, here you can see at character 6, here character 6 evolved as apomorphy, and we can use this as for the name of the clade. And another, there is another apomorphy based clade. This is last apomorphy based clade. It evolved from the character 7. Now choice of specifier, we have discussed it. These are component of the protolog. In traditional code and phylogenetic code, both code have different component. Now I come to a formal example of clade name. For example, the name of the clade is Rosella, and we have given a phylogenetic definition of this. We use this type of phylogeny for the name of the clade, and this is node-based definition, and it is the least inclusive clade containing Campanula arenis, Campanula rhodensis, Campanula pinetzi. So these three are specifier. Here author has chosen the C. Campanula arenis as, because it is a type species, and rest of the two species represent the different clade within this phylogenetic tree. Now here there is etymology, composition, what this cladogram contain, and we will have to give in protolog, that is diagnostic morphism, apomorphism, and synonym, general comment if there is any. And can we name other nested clade in this phylogeny? Yes, we can name any branch of this tree as a clade name. Now this is my book that contains detail of the phylocode, the clade anagrade to Eudicotyledone, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Professor Malik, for that exceptionally insightful exposition on plant classification and evolutionary framework. Your presentation not only deepens our scientific understanding but also highlighted the enduring relevance of systematic botany in biodiversity conservation. Thank you very much, sir. Now the house is open for question. Anyone?
नहीं पूछेगा कोई भी, ये तुम्हारे सिलेबस में होना चाहिए। हमने अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में सिलेबस में किया हुआ है, हैं? रख लो इसको, अगर कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम आए नहीं मैं ऑनलाइन क्लास लेकर पढ़ा दूंगा। हाँ, मुझे दोनों कोड मतलब अच्छी तरह आते हैं ना, जनरल, जो जनरल बातें। और मैं आपको और बताता हूँ, स्टूडेंट बैठे हुए हैं, टैक्सोनॉमी पे बहुत जल्दी पेपर आते हैं, छोटे थोड़े पेज के, 1-2 पेज का, 2 पेज का, 1 पेज का पेपर आ जाता है। आप फिजियोलॉजी में करना शुरू हो, 20 पेज के पेपर आते हैं, 20 पेज के पढ़ने में, एडिट करने में भी समस्या आती है। एनी टैक्सोनॉमी के आप करेंगे तो यू कैन सी दैट पेपर आर वेरी स्मॉल ना, 1 पेज का, 2 पेज का, मेरे 2 पेज का इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर में ऐसे आप कर सकते हैं ना। और ये जरूरी नहीं कि नोमेनक्लेचर सीखने के लिए टैक्सोनॉमी आनी चाहिए ना, नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। जो आर्ट साइड के आदमी वो भी नोमेनक्लेचर कर सकते हैं, नोमेनक्लेचर का बॉटनी से कोई मतलब नहीं है। और ये मैंने जो है 2018 से सीखा, जबकि मैं टीचिंग में हूँ 2000 से, 18 में सीख लिया मैंने आके ना। फिर मैंने देखा ये फाइलोकोड भी है, फाइलोकोड भी लोग पढ़ रहे हैं, तो मैंने कहा अच्छा फाइलोकोड, यहाँ मैं किसी से डिस्कशन कर रहा था, कोई डिस्कशन नहीं करता था। जो मैंने 3 साइंटिस्ट 3 अंग्रेज दिखाए ना उधर, मैंने इनसे ही समझ लिया, मेल कर करके अच्छा 50-100 मेल कर डाली मैंने, इनको तंग कर दिया मेल कर करके, है नहीं, अब उठा के इनसे ही समझ लिया मैंने। अगर मेरी इनकी मेल देखेंगे, ये मुझे कहीं मिल जाए, मैं बताऊँ कि आई एम विजय मलिक, ये पहचान लेंगे अच्छा ये वही है। इतना तंग मैंने उनको किया, खूब किया। अच्छा मैं कई बार ये गया था, मेरी समझ में नहीं आया, तो ये क्या करते थे, देखो अंग्रेज लोग इतने अच्छे होते हैं, वो डायग्राम बना के भेजते थे। इसमें कहीं डायग्राम की गुंजाइश थी, ज़्यादा गुंजाइश नहीं थी डायग्राम की, आप रूल का क्या, वो रूल का डायग्राम बना के भेजते थे, गजब के आदमी है ना। और हम तो ज़्यादातर उनका किया हुआ पढ़ रहे। आप फोटोसिंथेसिस में आपने क्या किया, सब अंग्रेजों का तो पढ़ रहे, रिएक्शन तो अंग्रेजों ने दी, हमने किसने दी, फोटोसिंथेसिस में कोई रिएक्शन नहीं दी हमने, समझिए। बायोटेक में आपने क्या किया, आप रिकम्बिनेंट डीएनए टेक्नोलॉजी पढ़ रहे, आपने क्या किया, ये तो दूसरा पढ़ रहे आप। पीसीआर तुमने थोड़ा बनाया, पीसीआर तुम दूसरा बनाएगा कर रहे आप, मैं गलत नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ठीक है जी। थैंक यू, थैंक यू,
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you, sir. So your lecture was very enthusiastic, and you have provided us in-depth knowledge about the phylogenetic characteristics and classification. So, and you have also told all the students that सीखने की कोई उम्र नहीं होती, जब भी आप चाहें, किसी से भी आप चाहें, डिस्टेंट प्लेसेस पे है या यहाँ पर है, आप सीख सकते हैं. सिर्फ आप में एक जोश होना चाहिए, एक उमंग होनी चाहिए, तो आप कुछ भी कभी भी सीख सकते हैं. थैंक यू सर. Now, I would like to request Professor Anil Gupta sir to facilitate Professor Vijay Malik, our eminent speaker of today's session. Dr. Yogesh, please. Amita ma'am, please join us.
मेरे जो नाम का प्रोनाउंसिएशन उच्चारण वो मैडम ने ठीक लिया, आज लोग किसी ने ठीक नहीं लिया. नहीं तो मेरे नाम में VIJI बनता है, विजय मलिक बोलता है, मैडम बिल्कुल ठीक बोल रही है.
Thank you, sir. It has been told to me by Dr. Yogesh. Yes, sir, please. Now I request Professor Narendra Singh and Professor Yogesh Kumar to facilitate Professor Anil Gupta sir, please. Thank you. After this session, all are invited for high tea.
Only a tea, not high tea.
Okay, sir.
धन्यवाद मैम.
दिखानी नहीं और
ना बंद नहीं किया मैं एक और मुझे रेट होनी थी वो मछली हो जाती है हमने क्यों करा दिया अनंत सब कुछ चल रहा है ना गड़बड़ हो रहा है उसको वहाँ से हाँ यहाँ से तो कुछ नहीं था वो किसी को माइक बोल रहे थे ना जैसे बोलते हैं ना माइक अभी तो एक लड़की हमें रहते हैं एक मतलब फायर
Good afternoon, distinguished speakers of the plenary session 6, Dr. Vipin Prakash and Professor Yashpal Sharma, Chairman of the session, Professor Raman Saini, respected faculty members, research scholars, and dear students. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the plenary session 6 of the International Conference on Biodiversity and Climate Change Challenges and Management 2026. As the session coordinator, I am truly honored to moderate a session that brings together such distinguished minds and accomplished researchers, especially our keynote speakers, Professor Yashpal Sharma and Dr. Vipin Prakash. The presence of all of you here reflects our shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering collaboration, and addressing the global challenges that connect us all. So now, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the chairman of the session, Professor Raman Saini, who is also the chairman of the Department of Biotechnology. Sir, we are grateful for your guidance and presence in chairing this session. You are requested to please come forward and take a seat on the dais. We are honored to have with us two eminent researchers who will be delivering today's keynote presentations in the session. May I humbly invite our esteemed speakers to please take their seats on the dais so that we can begin with the session. I now invite Professor Raman Saini, Chairman of the session, to kindly take over the proceedings of the session.
Hello, most warm welcome and good afternoon to all of you. And so today, as discussed, we have two eminent speakers within us, in between us, Professor Vipin Prakash and Professor Yashpal Sharma ji. So first, I welcome to Dr. Yashpal Sharma, and prior to that, here I want to give some brief about him. Dr. Yashpal Sharma, he is at present Dean Faculty of Life Sciences at Department of Botany, University of Jammu and Kashmir. He is having teaching experience more than 29 years, and his area of research is mycology, plant pathology, mushrooms, diversity, and biodiversity. In his credit, he has published more than 187 publications, several books, and completed the supervision of several PhD students, around 19. Still, some are working 8, MPhil 16. Then he also completed some projects, 6, and 1 is still ongoing. He also conferred various awards and fellowships. Some of them includes Leadership for Academics Program, LEAP program of Ministry of Education, Government of India at ISSER Kolkata and Singapore. Then he also got Professor K. Narayanan and Natarajan Memorial Award by the Mycological Society of India, Chennai, Professor S.K. Shom Memorial Award of Mycology Society of India, Chennai, Young Scientist Award of J&K State, Council of Science and Technology, Jammu and Kashmir, in recognition of the pioneering work in the field of mycotoxicology in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. He also got Dr. K.S. Krishnan DAE Research Fellowship in Life Sciences. Besides these research aspects, he also undertaken various administrative responsibilities as a Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences of Jammu, as well as Rector, Udhampur Campus, University of Jammu. He also had the Department of Botany, University of Jammu, act as Provost, Boys Hostel, act as Coordinator, UGC SAP, Expert Committee Member of J&K Biodiversity Council, as a Member, Wildlife Board of UT and of J&K Biodiversity. He is also the member of various societies and bodies, including life member of Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata, member of Phytopathological Society, New Delhi, life member of Mushroom Society of India, Solan, life member of Indian Society of Mycology and Plant Pathology, Udaipur, life member of Mycological Society of India, life member of Indian Botanical Society, life member of Indian Society of Weed Science, Jabalpur. Besides, there's some international memberships which are of high immense in his credit. Member of IUCN SSC Species Monitoring Specialist Group, member IUCN SSC Mushrooms Brackets and Puffballs Specialist Group, member of International Society for Fungal Conservation, UK, and beside that some editorial assignments he is also undertaken of different journals which are of high reputation in national and international. So here I welcome Dr. Yashpal Sharma to please come on the dais and give us a talk for the eminent areas in which he is working. Thank you. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Saini, for introducing me to the audience. And I'm really privileged to be standing here in this land of dharma and karma. And my main source of inspiration has always been the holy Bhagavad Gita and the character Krishna. I have always been invoking Krishna whenever I need some support, some guidance in a spiritual manner. And I tell you that your path gets really enlightened even when you just give a thought about the existence of some spirit around you. So I'm feeling very glad to be here in this university, which I consider to be part of. My journey has been quite exciting. Coming to this university way back, I started somewhere in the year 1993 when I used to be in touch with some of the mentors, Professor Mehrotra, Professor Agarwal, Professor Mata sir, Kaul Saab, and other faculty members. And the legacy goes on. So therefore I wish to thank specifically Professor Narendra ji and Professor Yogesh ji for giving me this opportunity to be interacting with the audience. Particularly, my presentation would be focusing on the youngsters who need to move out of the lab to have some real excitement in the lap of nature. So that's one part. I'm also privileged to have my good friend, Dr. Prakash, to be here. And of course, the organizers who have been very meticulously planning all the sessions, including some senior who are guiding them, Dr. Jitendra sir and others. So today, I would be speaking to you something which is very dear to me because it acquaints you not only with your lab infrastructure, but what is there in store for you in nature. And if people grumble at the time that we don't have so much of instrumentation, we don't have so much of lab facilities, we don't have so much of resources, so the message is very clear to them that you just move out of your lab, be in the field, and I tell you, nature would never disappoint you. And this actually has been my own experience. And of course, I do endorse the word of Dr. Prasad, who said yesterday that whatever I'm going to present here, I owe it to my students and of course to my mentors who have guided me throughout my journey of academic research. So I'll just begin with this. This is the topic I have chosen for today. I won't be taking much time. The time is limited for me, but I'll just tell you that why this has been a very interesting thing. You just see that we are on other side of one very famous spot which came to limelight around 26 years ago when Kargil war happened, right? And you just look at that from here. I have just given an indication that this is actually the Tiger Hill, right? So why I'm mentioning Tiger Hill is not because of some, defense or political kind of interventions, but this hill has given us some recognition in the form of a mushroom. So we climbed at the base, not at the top of the hill, but climbed at the base around 14,500 feet, wherein you find some of the nomadic people. Along with my students, we climbed up and we got a mushroom which was like this. And this is a novel mushroom. Now everybody is talking about this mushroom. It is basically a species of one dhingri. Aapne dhingri khai hogi, pleurotus. So this is a novel mushroom we have, discovered from the base of the Tiger Hill, particularly in and around the Mashko Valley. So this is a unique mushroom in the sense that it grows when the snow melts. So just imagine that who is working underneath. And we were privileged last year in the month of August when we had a one-on-one meeting with the Chief of Defense of Army, General Dwivedi, and we had some other purpose also, but besides, since it was all patriotic fervor, we thought, why not to give this Kargil Dhingri as a token of gratitude to our brave soldiers who have been, there, morning, evening, night, saving all of us. So this we dedicated last year in the month of August to the Indian Army, to Indian forces. And we also have now got one assurance from the Army that they'll be supporting, because we have cultured this mushroom recently, and we want to now upscale the culturing as well as the domestication as well as the production of this mushroom, because we have analyzed it in the field as well as morphologically quite different, and we also have got insights related to its biochemical composition, which certainly is giving it a lot of endurance to survive under sub-zero temperatures. You know that Kargil and particularly Dras is the second coldest inhabited place on this earth. So therefore, this mushroom carries a special, space in the mushroom world. We all have, introduction that mushrooms are macroscopic bodies when their size is almost up to 1 centimeter that can be seen with the naked eye, that qualifies for a mushroom. But otherwise, they are the general group of fungi which have their own lifestyle, different type of nutritional behavior, varies in morphology, whether it's microscopic or macroscopic. Even when we characterize mushroom, we just can't rely only on its the phenotype or the morphology, but we certainly have to go into the deeper details about the microscopic characters. So there are the signals. There is the place where mushroom has hidden its own name. You just have to find that coin where it is located. So once you just locate that and you characterize it, you get that gold. Right, so that is academic gold or research gold. So why we ventured into cold arid desert of Ladakh? You know that this is a unique ecosystem in trans-Himalayan region and one of the global biodiversity hotspot. Also, they have a unique topography as well as the ecological features. And otherwise, we could see that none of the previous ventures, none of the studies on mushrooms have been conducted in the cold desert system of Ladakh. So therefore, it was worthwhile to explore that. But how did we get the clue? So also we added that if you are now finding a lot of mushrooms propping up in Ladakh, is it indicator of a climate change? So I have kept it a question mark because we cannot assure you whether it is because of the climate change or some other factor unless we have data with us. So I won't be making any comment that mushrooms are propping up because of climate change, because we need to have at least 2-3 decades data with us. Now, it was a very insightful paper. Initially, we went into some region of Dras, and we did some metagenomic studies, and we could find, this is a paper which is available in the journal Extremophiles, you can all read that. We could see that there was a lot of DNA belonging to many of the fungal species surviving in the soil. So that was one of the, confidence building measure for us that yes, it is something worth searching for. And then few of my students who happen to be from Ladakh, particularly I would like to mention about Dr. Konchuk Dorje, who is in Ladakh University now. He's in the Department of Botany. So we did a later work. When he completed his PhD, we could find plethora of mushrooms from Ladakh, which we never imagined when we decided about the topic. But that insight into, metagenomes and other things, they were the indicators that yes, we can have. And we formulated a project and presented it before National Mission for Himalayan Studies. They were skeptical about this in the beginning, but later on, one of them got convinced that you go ahead with this, and let's hope that we get some meaningful outcome. So we ventured, and we saw different sites. You can look at those, all sites we visited. There's a whole lot of data we have consolidated. All GPS data is with us, and other information we have collected, not going into the details. And everybody thinks that Ladakh is purely dry and nothing is there. But once you venture into that, you would never like to come back so easily. I mean, you would certainly like to extend your stay there. If you're going for 2-3 days, maybe a week or a couple of weeks, certainly, because you see different landscapes, and they are the motivators for you to work there. This is famous moonland at Lamayuru. So you also find a lot of greenery, and there are some staples like barley, which are grown in Ladakh. Ladakh is known for apricots and many other fruits like layberry, which is commercialized by many of the companies. So there was a huge diversity which could be reported, and how this happens, you can see. This is the photograph I have borrowed from the reference I have mentioned over there. That when we think that it is all cold, snow everywhere, and something or the life has come to stand still. But look at the fungi, they are working underneath. They never stop, they never sleep. Yes, they just have a pause. And that's the indicator for life also, that just give a pause if you really have to do something big. So this exactly is fungus, which is doing underneath. It's all preparations, and look at the kind of activation, its organelles, whether it's the nucleus or the mitochondria or other organelles, they are performing 24/7 function just to survive and then to come out with a bang. So this is one brief, we have a lot of information related, but I'll be focusing on some of the new species. They all have been published. You can see the references on that side. They all have been new to the science, and this was the first detailed study. Earlier, no study was there on the mushrooms of the Ladakh, and not only the novel species, there are still several being worked out, but we also found a lot of new reports for India. And we could also see that the mushroom flora was having some evolutionary significances or the biogeographical affiliations with the elements coming from the China or the nearby areas of POKs. So that same belt carries on, and that is why you see that number of species which are being reported from China or from POK or other parts of that subcontinent. You find that those elements are quite similar too. So there's a race for that, and that's exactly what we did. So this is the first species which we describe, and we dedicated it to the name of Ladakh only. There is a small screen, I think, problem, but it is Lactarius dracinus. So we named it as dracinus. It is published in Phytotaxa. Anybody can read that. So you can see that this species is quite different. Lactarius, as the name suggests, it's lactating. I mean, just give a cut to any of its part, you will find the latex oozing out. And while we characterized it completely morphologically, but the point which was focused over here was some of the species, some of the, references with respect to basidiospore morphology. Now, it shows a very typical pattern of the basidiospore morphology, and that we could only see when we saw that they are able to, is pointer working over here? Okay, anyways, you can read that, and if anybody is interested, they can certainly talk to me later. So it was the basidiospore morphology which could be, elucidated through SEM features, and we could see that many of the, these Lactaria species, including Dracaenas, they presented a different reticulated or some pitted kind of patterns on the surface of the basidiospores. So that was one indication. So morphologically, it was having some pileal elements which were altogether different, but then in order to have a species rank, so this is the taxonomy which we do. Just look at the right side of this, right side of that. This is the basic requirement. You just can't photograph, and just, even if you take micro photography, that again is considered halfway done. So you have to do it yourself. You have to make the cameralocida by using certain, specialized microscopic techniques. So all these are, then analyzed by the workers, and they can ask you for any of the explanations, so that, because ultimately you are going to present it to the world and it needs to be accepted. So when that part is completed and you find a clue that it is different, then you go in for its characterization. So Lactarius is one such group which can easily be, separated or delineated by single gene as well, but sometimes even if you go in for 2 genes, and this is how you can see that our specimen lies with some of the close specimens from across the globe. So that was published. And similarly, you have Lactarius indo-evosimus. This species was very close to its counterpart by the name called as evosimus. And look at the morphology of the basidiospores, their size, and also the zonation, typical zonation, which was absent on this particular species. That made it quite different, and we atomatized it in the form of evosimus with the species already known as evosimus, but we named it as indo-evosimus because that is the species which has been found from elsewhere, but indo-evosimus specifically from India we have discovered. And likewise, the spore morphology was quite different, and this pilipilus, this is what you call as the pilipilus. That the right, lower right, that is called as, that is very important. That would give you a clue whether there is some specific deposition or not, and besides you can also see the sterile elements and the basidial behaviors. Again, it had to be verified if you really wanted to show it to the world, so that was verified molecularly by using all those NCBI data bank and then blast search and then the software, you all know that. And we also, in certain cases, the Bayesian phylogeny also we had to use. Now this is the species of what I showed. So different forms. I showed you Pleurotus, that was named as Chantilly. We have named it as Chantilly. Why? Because this Pleurotus, the one which I showed in the beginning, is the same. That is a different morphological form growing in around Pandras in the Mashko area. So you can see that the fruiting body shows crack at the top. Said this is one of the adaptive features, and since it is growing at a very high altitude, so therein you have a lot of the radiations. So mushrooms, they have developed various strategies to avoid. Either they become melanized or they become pure white. So by pure white means they are able to reflect back the radiations, and once they become dark, they are able to absorb, but then they develop a pigment called as melanin. So melanization is that's a cold adaptation which I'll be showing you in general in some of the slides. So we were interested in this, and we could see that we characterize this completely, and we could also compare it with the little closer species. You can see Eringi or Nebrodensis or Tolensis. They were considered very close to it. But look at the size of the basidiospores, which we could see that it was invariably very large, and also the host was different. Pleurotus, generally they are considered to be saprophytic, but some of the wild Pleurotus species, they do have association with some of the members from Ferulaceae family or maybe other hosts. But Having a connection with the Prongos pabularia, that was a specific grass which grows there at a very high altitude. So that was the indicator that yes, it has acclimatized to that particular place, having some association with this grass, and therefore it was worthwhile to go ahead with other details of. So we zero in on to this species. Later on, I'll show you that. So one of my fellows, Mahmood, we call him as Amanita man. He happened to be a wonderful person from our lab. He's done a lot of work on Amanita from Uttarakhand and even from J&K. So we are in the process of having that book recently. It would be. So we characterized it completely. We published. It came in Taiwania. It was very well accepted. And then we also have some novelties, which I would skip because of paucity of time, because they carry the same way which we went ahead. I mean, there is no dearth of species which we have reported as novel to the science, all accepted by the globe. So look at this here. Basidospores, they are very typical, some pitted kind of things. So these are the indications. You could see there the reticulations were there, other ornamentation was there. Herein there are the deep, and the spores are slightly, you can see, darker also. And of course it was published. And then few of the species, other species like Melanoleuca dracena, again this is the latest which we did this last year only. So this was also characterized, and this also got published in Viles Fades. And this is a famous mushroom which grows very openly, but very characteristically you can see the cracks. So these cracks basically are the adaptations by which they are able to enhance the area to trap more heat. Now heat is required for these mushrooms to survive because they need to have their reproductive system getting matured, and then the spores dispersal is effectively ensured. So we work that way also. And then you can see this is another variety of chicken of the woods. I mean, a single mushroom can be as many as 5-6 kg, and it is delicious. I mean, people are using another variety of this, another species, that is Letiporus sulphureus, but this is Letiporus zingiensis, a new record for India, and we characterize it fully, published it. And then puff balls, they are very common. I'll just go ahead with this, but cold adaptive strategy, this is final, and then I'll stop. Maybe that I'll be having some questions from you. So this is one of the technique which these mushrooms are doing for their own survival in the harsh climatic conditions of the cold desert, the melanization. This is the outcome of the secondary metabolism over there, wherein the pigment melanin is deposited on the walls of these mushrooms, the chitinous walls of these mushrooms, so that they are able to protect themselves. Besides the pressures, low atmospheric pressures, you also are able to see that they are able to protect their fruiting bodies from the UV rays, particularly UVB. And also, this is the mechanism by which they are. So the cracking basically is giving more and more space to these mushrooms to trap the heat, while as repelling or confronting the UV rays, because they are harmful, certainly, as we all know that they can cause damage to our skin as well. So then many of other adaptations, including the inflation of the hyphae, we could see. And even you would see that there was a variation with the dark color morphologies or phenotypes, as well as some of them were, if they were white, they were almost purely white. So all those are the biochemical spin-offs which can be taken further, that how much amount is formed and how much at what altitude, how much pigment is getting darker or lighter. So that, there are several studies which have been performed wherein it is considered that the darker mushrooms, they dominate in colder climates. And yes, it's a fact also, because in our studies we also saw the same fact. And this is how with the temperature, the intensity of the pigmentation also goes up. Just look at this. As the temperature becomes cooler and cooler, the pigmentation, it gets darker and darker. So that is one adaptive strategy. I'm not going into the details which we have worked over here, that these mushrooms are also known to accumulate a lot of stress sugars like trehaloses or sugar alcohols like sorbitol, you have the mannitol also being, and of course some of them even are able to have some of the secondary metabolites, particularly the lipids of the human welfare nature. So they have also been deciphered from that. You can see that this is streptomyces, and just look at the darkness of this. And this darkness, this melanization is basically the thermal melanization or thermal melanism theory in mushroom forming fungi. And this is proved in most of the cases. And these are some of the species which we have recorded. And look at this, that here in the sporocarps, the fruiting bodies, they present you the darker. And it is one of the strategies. So a lot of work can be, taken up in different directions. It can move. So anybody interested, we can train them at least in the molecular phylogeny as well as in the microscopy taxonomy. You all are welcome to our lab. All our students, they have got trained. So this is the work of Dorje et al., who completed that work in somewhere in 2016, but then we published it later on in 24. You can see the sporulation, all those spores, not SEM, but simple indication from the simple microscopic at 100 magnification, you can see. Just look at the spores, they almost are dark, right? And that is the adaptive strategy. And the number of species, you can see that, many of them. Inflated hyphae, that is, we do not know the reason, but literature tells that, yes, they are able to, accumulate a lot of material in them. So they are just increasing the space, these hyphae, which are sterile one, and providing some protection to the reproductive or the elements like basidia or the basidiospores inside the lamellae. So these hyphal elements or the sterile elements, they are just protective body besides accumulating a lot of anti-stress or anti-heat proteins, molecules over there. Besides antifreeze proteins, they also have been very common phenomenon. So we got into, lastly, sir, only 2-3 minutes more, I guess. I think I'm done with the time. Okay, so I'll skip some of the part and we can have that. So you can see we characterized it, this mushroom, and we got to know that this dhingri, Kargil dhingri, which we named it as, and Chantilly, I was telling you, Chantilly is the name given, local name given to this mushroom in Shina language. In Ladakh, in Kargil Dras, the people speak a specific language called as Shina. So on the basis of Shina, they call it as Chantilly. And we, proposed this name to the scientific world, that let us call it as Kargil dhingri in common and Pleurotus chantilly, because this has got more shelf life than the normal Pleurotus species which we normally consume, Pleurotus ostratus or Sajar kaju or Florida and so on and so forth. So this is having an endurance, and that is because of its chemical composition. So we all characterized it. I'll just skip these slides. Everything, we also are now in the process of characterizing the lipid profiling, particularly targeting that what kind of sterols or what type of the secondary metabolites it has. So we have seen and we have compared that these mushrooms are very rich in oxidonic acids, and they are, besides the source of endurance for the mushroom, they can be exploited commercially or even for the human welfare. This is what has been done so far with Dracaenas also. And this is the next part which we are midway. And we also want to go ahead with this. We already have cultured these 3 species from Ladakh. We are in the process of domesticating. We have submitted the cultures with the DMR Solon, and hopefully that they are able to characterize, because they are making trials on different media, that which media supports their growth best, and maybe that we get to know that this Pleurotus chantilly can be the mushroom of future, sitting alongside other Pleurotus, but I guess at the top of that. So all this process has been done. Some of the species have been grown, spawn is there, everything. So I'll just stop here. I wish to thank, I tell you, I do agree with most of the speakers that it is not a one-person job. I always indebted to my students, and of course, some of the mentors who have been guiding us, particularly in the world of mushrooms. I have written those whosoever I could acknowledge. I also have worked with Delhi University in that NMHS project. They did some of the chemoprofiling of the mushrooms. But here in Kurukshetra, because I told you that I have long roots, I mean, very old roots with this, but those roots have always been, nurturing us. They remain grounded and they made us to remain grounded. I am particularly referring to Professor Mehrotra, peace be on his soul. He was the person who initially, guided us, and my teacher is the student of Professor Mehrotra, Professor Geeta Sumbli. I have worked with her for PhD, and then I was supported by, when I came in contact with Professor Agarwal and Professor Mata and Kaul Saab, and now Yogesh sir and Rinder sir and Jitendra sir. So Kurukshetra has always been a second home. So with this I'll stop, and I wish to thank everyone, the organizers particularly, for giving me this opportunity to be interacting with you. And with this I also welcome you to our lab, whosoever wants to have a hardcore training in taxonomy, and of course how to go in for molecular phylogeny, because I want that you start now thinking about creating some new combinations, and that can only be done by getting experience from people who have already been doing it. That would give you a lot of confidence, and don't worry about very hi-fi things. You stick to your basics, have a pause, अपना आत्म नियंत्रण, आत्म निरीक्षण सदैव करते रहो, and I tell you, if you would remain grounded like roots, success certainly would be there, because we say सिद्धि मूलम प्रबंधनम, हर एक सिद्धि का मूल जड़ वो प्रबंधन है. आप अपनी लाइफ स्किल्स को एनहांस करिए. स्किल सेट्स जब आप साथ में लेके जाएंगे तो आपको कोई रोक नहीं सकता. थैंक यू.
So if anyone want to ask any question, so it's open for interaction, please.
Yes. Please.
Sir, myself Vinay, a master's student from State University, Rajasthan. Sir, recently I attended a workshop regarding the molecular phylogeny of the mushrooms and fungi specifically, also for the endophytic fungi from the lichens. So there are mainly basic techniques like maximum likelihood, maximum parsimony, or the Bayesian analysis you said. So I would want to confirm the species which you identified as novel species. So was the Bayesian analysis main thing which was the characterization of?
See, that I told you that wherever it was required, it is not, I mean, let us not make molecular phylogeny as a fashion. Wherever its intervention is required, then only it needs to be taken into consideration. Otherwise, through endophytes, you may get hundreds of endophytes from a single host. It's not worthwhile to, go ahead with the all molecular, because there is a warning for the students. Warning is coming because of my own experience. Actually, what we have done is, for our own, convenience, we have started going ahead in inverted way. We first do the molecular characterization, and then we start searching for the morphology or micro, things. That is not going to serve you. That is not going to take you anywhere. You may be identifying any gene, but unless you know which is the organism from where you have identified the gene, what is the character of that organism, things are not going to help you. That is like, just doing randomly. So let us not get carried away by the molecular. Molecular interventions are only required for delineation. If you are able to identify a species which can be very well separated by simple morphology and micro morphology, you cannot, let me give you one example of lookalikes. There is one species by the name called as Chlorophyllum molybditis, and there is another species called as Macrolepiota procera. Just look at their morphology. They appear like to be twins, lookalikes, but one of them is deliciously edible, Macrolepiota procera, and another one is fatally poisonous, but they appear to be same. So simple test, you take the spore print. Now if I am working on mushrooms, if I do not take the spore print, I am already lacking one character. So you can identify these two species simply by taking a spore print. The spore print for chlorophyllum, as the name suggests, chlorophyllum, chloro means green. So the spore print would be green. You keep it under some moist condition, and after 20 minutes you see that whole surface would be green by the lodging of the spores. While as in Macrolepiota procera, it would be pure white. So simple test to identify, right? Similarly, there are several groups which are morphologically very similar but belonging to different groups like Escomycota and Basidiomycota. Some of the puff balls or some of the these tuber species, they appear to be same, but tubers, they belong to Escomycota. Puff balls, they are from the Basidiomycota. So you need to start from basics, even if you are identifying endophytes. Like why I say like this, because we have worked a great deal on microfungi. If you just let us know that how many species of Aspergillus we can identify, we can certainly identify at least by looking at the culture and other things, 20, 30 just by looking at it. But nowadays, because of many factors changing, you cannot rely on some identifications. For example, I tell you Aspergillus. There are 3 species of Aspergillus which are very toxic. Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus parasiticus, Aspergillus nomeus. Now, parasiticus and flavus, they appear to be lookalikes. बहुत कम है. Or depending upon the temperatures or the pH or some other factors of the medium which you are using, they may appear to be the same. So unless you go in for the morphology, कि इसका head कैसे दिखता है, इसकी phylides कैसे दिखती हैं, इसकी spore की ornamentation कैसी है, right? So you will not be able to go ahead further. By simply doing, see, a lot of softwares are there. Some people are using the basic softwares, like our lab is still using the Mega 7 and all that. ठीक है? और जो आपने बोला है, वो हम तभी यूज करते हैं जब हमें लगेगा कि delineation नहीं है. There are several complexes, like Fusarial complex is very difficult to identify. आप Fusarium oxysporum को ही एक example ले लीजिए, तो उसकी आगे आप complex में, अब इसलिए लोगों ने उसको simple word में अब कह दिया Fusarium complex है ये, oxysporum complex, because इतनी सब species की diversity है. So वो भी सीखो आप, वो सॉफ्टवेयर भी सीखो, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा आपका जो फोकल एरिया होना चाहिए वो होना चाहिए कि हम मशरूम को फील्ड में टेस्ट क्या करें. लाइक आई टेल यू, देयर इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ फंजाई कॉल्ड एज मैक्रो फंजाई कॉल्ड एज बोलीट्स. आप अभी उखाड़ेंगे 2 मिनट्स में इट विल बी ऑफ, श्रिवल हो जाएगी, खत्म हो जाएगा, पानी निकल आएगा. ठीक है, तो इसलिए आपने जब भी वो फील्ड में अभी लगी हुई है तो जस्ट गिव ए टेस्ट. उसको सिर्फ आप टच करेंगे, it can turn to blue, it can turn to green. So वो टेस्ट जब आप होन करते हैं, चाहे अंडरनीथ करते हैं, चाहे पाइलस के ऊपर करते हैं, राइट, those are very important. जो start from the basics and move up gradually and then start using those software. Software सब कुछ करेंगे. देखो हम NCBI डेटा बैंक में हम सोच रहे हैं कि अच्छा सीक्वेंसिंग में वी डोंट डू सीक्वेंसिंग, बस हम PCR प्रोडक्ट बना लेंगे, ठीक है, और सीक्वेंसर के लिए we can't afford to handle sequencer ourselves and everybody is not trained to handle that, right? So therefore in bulk we'll send those samples after we make a PCR product. तो वहाँ से हमें क्लू आ जाएगा. और वहाँ पर इसलिए भी आपको थोड़ा सा चेत रहना है कि they are the commercial labs. आपने एमेनिटा की स्पीसीज दी है तो वो आपको हो सकता है लेपियोटा की बना के भेज दें, तो वो कैसे आप फर्क डाल पाएंगे जब आपको मॉर्फोलॉजी पता होगी, जब आपको माइक्रो मॉर्फोलॉजी पता होगी कि एमेनिटा के तो स्पोर ही बिल्कुल स्मूथ होते हैं, लैक्टेरियस में इनवेरिएबली दे आर ऑर्नामेंटेड, है ना. इसी तरीके से आप इनोसाइब में जाएंगे तो आपको कहेंगे ये तो एंगुलर स्पोर्स हैं, तो आपको वहाँ से ही पता चल जाएगा कि ये किसे, या फिर कहीं और जाएंगे तो उनकी टेल्स आपको दिखना शुरू होते हैं. सो माई पॉइंट इज यूज दो सॉफ्टवेयर्स, बट सबसे पहले इफ यू हैव टू रन फॉर लॉन्गर पीरियड देन एंड्योरेंस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड ऑफ कोर्स दैट वुड पे वे फॉर द फ्यूचर. आई एम सॉरी आई हैव बीन वेरी
sir, if is there any question?
Sir. Sir.
It was interesting to know about
Yes, sir. True. Studies have not been done because that was the first exposure which we had at that, because this mushroom comes up somewhere in the last second week of May, unusually, because most of the mushrooms, they prop up during rainy season when the moisture is very high, and even the bioresources or the biomass in the cell, in the soil is also there. But this mushroom has a specific connection, and this is what we are now going ahead with, because it's difficult to go to Kargil during the time when it is covered over there. But now I think things are getting changed, and maybe that we have all weather this activity over there. So certainly this is the area, sir. But yes, this is what I showed. This is what I showed in one of the slides, that mycelial hyphae are very active because they have enriched antifreeze proteins in them. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. True, true. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mycelium remains active. This is what I showed, that let us not say that the mushroom comes up only that at that time. This is something I told in the beginning, and one of my junior colleagues happens to be a student of Geeta Sumli madam only, Dr. Skarma. She is specifically targeting the endophytes of some, from where? Yes, the activity of the mycelium. Yeah. Sir, there are many high altitude mushrooms, alpine mushrooms, which certainly have some, they have devised other mechanism, the living relationships with the plants. I mean, they just make their connection with the plants, become ectomycorrhizal. Ectomycorrhizal are difficult. Ectomycorrhizal are difficult to grow. They need to have a specific host. But as far as the saprophyte is concerned, this can be, it needs to have some shock treatments, that means low temperatures treatments, and certainly they have some simulations also which needs to be taken care of, because the soil composition is, sir. True, that is what exactly we are doing. We already have cultured it, sir, and hopefully we also have characterized, and we now need to see what is the composition in the fruiting body and what is the composition in the growing mycelium. Sir. Right. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Yashpal Sharma, for sharing your valuable. Thank you, sir. For sharing your valuable and productive informations and findings with us, and also thankful to you on behalf of all the students that you have welcomed them for training in your lab. So make a just clapping for him for that. So you are also invited, if you are interested to work on the mushrooms, particularly edible mushrooms of such a high value. So please make a look for that. So as a second talk, I would like to invite Dr. Vipin Prakash ji. So Dr. Vipin Prakash has completed his PhD degree from the Botany Department, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. He is presently working as Scientist F and OIC Forest Pathology Division, Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, and Registrar and Program Coordinator of MSc and PhD in Forestry at FRI, Dehradun. He has significantly contributed in the field of mycology, plant pathology, soil microbiology. Dr. Prakash has received many prestigious awards to his credit. To cite a few: Young Achiever Award 2014-15, then George Bentham Research Award in Biodiversity for the year 2015, Scientist of the Year 2015 by International Foundation for Environment and Ecology, Kolkata, West Bengal, Adarsh Vidya Saraswati Rashtriya Purushkar, National Award for Excellence in 2017. He has also conferred the Fellow of Society for Advanced Biotechnology, Bangalore, Karnataka. Research Excellence Award in 2020, Outstanding Scientist Award 2020, Excellence Research Fellow Award 2019, Rashtriya Gaurav Award 2022 by India International Friendship Society, Distinguished Scientist Award in 2024 conferred by the School of Applied and Life Sciences and School of Agriculture, Uttarakhand University, Dehradun. He has also been nominated as member of Asian Council of Science Editors. In his credit, he has published more than 130 research papers and research articles in reputed indexed international national journals and wrote several books. He has also completed 12 research projects obtained from different funding agencies, and at present 2 projects are ongoing. He has successfully guided 8 research scholars for PhD. Still 8 are working, and 2 postdoc students are under his supervision. 5 students completed MPhil degree, and more than 70 students of MSc dissertations he already guided. He has also acted as a member of board committees in various research institutions, national universities, and as well as review board of more than 20 reputed and esteemed national, international scientific journals, particularly related to mycology, plant pathology, soil microbiology, and environment and ecologies. Besides that, in his discoveries, 3 new fungal species in his credit, he is discovered. So such a eminent worker is among us. So I request Dr. Prakash to please give a talk on the topic.
Thank you, Chairman, of this particular session. And before I start on this particular topic that is related with this particular International Conference on Biodiversity and Climate Change, Challenges and Management. So before I start, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Botany Department that they have given me this particular opportunity. And I am also thankful that my condition is just like that bride who just come for parents' home, from parents-in-law home. Because I just think it is just my feeling that is concerned with Botany Department of Kurukshetra University. And I am very lucky to say my all eminent, my teachers like Agrawal sir, under whom I am just groomed, and Mata sir, and Dhanda sir, and everyone. I think Visista sir is also here. So I was lucky that I meet all those all teachers under whom I have been groomed. And I also would like to thank that the Almighty has given me this opportunity to see my old department. But it is my destiny, I can say, and misfortune that I could not meet Professor Mehrotra, because again, I would like to say that my long journey of this particular research career and academic pursuit is again under that particular guidance of Professor Mehrotra. At this particular stage, if I am here, it is on that particular the blessings and support and help that I have actually taken from the reverend teacher like R.S. Mehrotra and Agrawal sir. So this is just related with this particular, the microbial world, very important. I think the students are here, PhD scholars are here. And I have actually, yesterday I was thinking, because I was busy yesterday in a meeting, and later on I have just updated this particular lecture because some students who are working on mycorrhizal fungi and especially the bacteria that I have kept in mind, and I just prepared this particular lecture for students as well. I think it is very long, but don't just think that it is, you will get panic, no, but it is just all that particular researches that I have carried out and carried over in my laboratory. I'm just exposing those particular factors and figures before you. And I hope and ensure that myself also that you will like this particular lecture. And if anything I could happen, or I can just make the students to just have the insight from this particular topic, then I think it will be successful if you can get some kind of some motivation from this particular lecture, because it is totally concerned with the hidden world of microbes. So I have taken this particular, the first part of this international conference, that is the biodiversity, because I'm just discussing the biodiversity, and the second part related with the management. and also the challenges. I have tried my level best to cover all these particular aspects, just relating to this particular, the theme of the conference. So, dear students, especially for the students, I have just here make very clear the definition of biofertilizers and bioinoculants. So, dear students, the bioinoculants are the living microorganisms, but here I will discuss only the non-target microbes which are beneficial to the ecosystem, that are the bioinoculants, which we are concerned for just having the positive effects on the ecosystem ecology. These are the bioinoculants. When we combine these bioinoculants in some kind of carrier material, mixing together, then this constitute the biofertilizers. So make it clear that definitions, bioinoculants only the microorganisms, and biofertilizers when we mix these bioinoculants with a carrier material for longevity and vitality, then we call that the particular mixture a biofertilizer. And I have enlisted some very important that functions of soil microbes, and these are here I will discuss one by one, because just keeping in the paucity of time, as chairman has told. And this is the microbial bioinoculants classification you can see here. And this is bacterial, algal, and fungal. And in this particular talk, we will discuss about rhizobia, frankia, azotobacter, and mycorrhizal fungi that I have carried out my work here at botany department. And I will also discuss about this particular new species of Piriformospora indica in this particular lecture. So this is a general pool of all the microbes that are present as a particular beneficial microbes related to plant growth and biological control in the soil. And now I will take the first, that is a rhizobium. I think you all know that the rhizobium is very specific bacterium, very particular bacterium that helps in biological nitrogen fixation, and it lives in nodules of leguminous plants. But in this particular talk, I will discuss about those particular, the rhizobium strains which are wild in nature, because IARI, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, and ICR, they have developed a lot of that particular databases related to the pulses which are actually cultivated in the fields. But as ICFR is concerned, because we are working under that particular, the ICFR reflexive, so related to the wild plants and legumes, because no one is just working on those particular, the bacteria or that particular, the rhizobium species which are present in those particular wild species. So this is the first attempt that we have carried out at FRI, and in this particular case, I will show later on that database has been prepared, this is total 37 total isolates of rhizobium in which NCFR, and I'm lucky that Professor Yashpal is here also, and he is also one of the member of those particular committee that actually evaluated this particular project. So you can see here the different, that particular nodules are there in which these particular small nodules you can see, I think it's, yeah, it will not work there. So you can see that these nodules, they are harboring that particular, the bacteria inside, and the color of this particular nodule is pink in color. I think everyone knows. So I would like to also share this particular very important finding that we have carried out in this particular project, that the pink pigment, this particular pink pigment is actually, I think you all know, it is a leg hemoglobin. When we actually analyze the structure of leg hemoglobin, it is just similar the structure of hemoglobin of the human blood. So I can say that if it is not actually, it is appropriate to say that the blood is also there in case of plants, and it is a leg hemoglobin, because the structure that we, with the help of NMR, I'm not showing that particular biochemical aspect here, but the structure is similar with that particular, the hemoglobin of the human being. It means the blood, that particular, the leg hemoglobin is just acting as a blood in that particular nodules in these particular plants. And importantly, second important thing that we have carried out in this particular project is again that the role of hemoglobin in case of human beings is just carrying the oxygen. And this similar, that particular function has been carried out, this leg hemoglobin, in case of, I will not discuss in detail that particular mechanism here, but the role is similar that has been carried out by leg hemoglobin in the nodules of these particular plants. And because the nitrogenase enzymes which are present in that particular nodules is helping in nitrogen fixation, it works only when the oxygen is deficient. If oxygen is there, it will not work. So this leg hemoglobin carries that particular oxygen and create a peribacteroid chamber there, and that helps in nitrogenase, that particular nitrogen activity and conversion of the nitrogen into that particular nitrates and nitrites. This is the biological nitrogen fixation. And this is the inside structure of this particular nodules. You can see here that that longitudinal sectional, you can see the black color, it is a bacteria, bacteroids. And for the students, sometimes because the rhizobium is inhabiting in the nodules, epigeal in nature, that we call it as epigeal. Epigeal means below the soil. Sorry, hypogeal, not above that particular ground level. Hypogeal, below the soil. But in this case, you can see this is example of this particular azorhizobium collidens. It is actually occurring on the stem region also. You can see the nodules that is occurring on this particular, the stem region. And this is Sisbania sisbane. I think dhencha, you know, I think it is available in Punjab and Haryana. Dhencha, you can see that sometimes these kinds of nodules are available on this particular stem region. So this is a very specific rhizobium stain, and it is a azorhizobium. This is azorhizobium, not the rhizobium. But it is occurring epigeal, above the ground, that particle not on the root. And this is rhizobium stain, that AC4 that we have, you can see a very minute, and if time will permit that, I will show some very beautiful videos that first time we have captured under microscope, that the bacteria, how they are working in their particular action. So different kinds of motions are there under the microscope that we have analyzed for these all different stains of rhizobia. This is another stain of rhizobium. It is AC2. And you can see here, this particular, like groundnuts, this is a rhizobium cell, single rhizobium cell of rhizobium. Then we capture them, culture them, and then multiply. And this is under scan electron micrograph, different. Yes, this is the initiative that I have carried out at FRI, Dehradun, that the rhizobia that we have isolated from wild species, one, we have trans-inoculated this particular species into another species in aseptic conditions. And surprisingly, because we have carried out this experiment, because sometimes some species, they do not have the nodulation. Can we use this particular rhizobium species to nodulate another species which do not have the nodulation? So we successfully completed this experiment, and you can see that in this particular experiment, you can visualize the nodulation that is there in case of this Dalbergia sisu. It is again a wild legume, and we have taken this rhizobium from Acacia catechu, inoculated in this particular Dalbergia sisu and peltoform above side, and these are able to nodulate this particular different species. It means it is compatible to just nodulate that. But this Dalbergia sisu is not nodulating heavily in natural conditions. So just working on this particular aspect, it means so that we can able to nodulate those species for future which are not nodulating and not having the biological nitrogen fixation, so that we can utilize those species also and help in nitrogen, this biological nitrogen fixation. Only that particular purpose of carrying out this particular experiment. And this is later this particular, the database that we have created for all wild leguminous trees at FRI Dehradun. It is available with us. If any student who are working on this particular bacteria, you are most welcome to come and visit FRI laboratory, mycology and biofertilizer laboratory. And then some very rhizospheric bacteria. This is another aspect on which we are working. They are helping in biology, this particular bioremediation, heavy metals actually control in the polluted soil. So I think some problem is there not opening. But you can see here that with the help of, as discussion was going on in actually the first session, in a first lecture, Professor Yashpal has rightly said, sir, you have rightly said that last month I was in a meeting and Professor Brainstorm was there, and he was telling that the molecular biology, everyone is talking about molecular biology, but no one is talking about the morphological traits. So definitely he's also pointed out that this molecular we need only when we are just having some kind of ambiguity in kind of any kind of classification, nomenclature, or any kind of identification. Then we must take this particular advantage of this particular tool of molecular biology. But we have to very specific in case of morphological, that is actually morphological classification, and then biochemical classification. It will help, then definitely there is no need to go for molecular. If any kind of ambiguity is there, then definitely we have to go for molecular characterization. So here, but I'm just showing here that with the help of Abyss Online, it is a tool there, it is online, and nowadays this is available online, it's a WhatsApp. You can take the help of this also, and for this particular morphological and biochemical characterization of bacteria, you have to take the help of 66 different types of morphological and biochemical assays. If you will done, then definitely this particular software you can run, and with the help of this software, you will be able to identify these particular bacteria. So it is Abyss, ABIS online. If any student is working on this particular bacteriology or bacterial identification, can take this particular help from this particular Abyss online. So these are different particular bacteria that we have isolated from the rhizospheric region of contaminated soils. And in this case, one of PhD students, she has taken the samples from, that is a BBD, that is a Baddiwala, Brotiwala and Nalagarh, BBN corridor of Himachal Pradesh, highly contaminated. And we have taken these particular bacteria and again identified, and they are helping in bioremediation of heavy metal of cadmium and zinc in this particular area. So I will not show in detail that, but I could not see that some problem is there because some pictures are not opening. Yeah. Another bacterium is Azotobacter. It is very sluggish bacteria, as according to my experience. It is very slow growing, and although it is helping nitrogen fixation, another important bacteria that helps in biological nitrogen fixation. Another very important bacterium, that is Pseudomonas. You can see here, it is Pseudomonas. There are 3 species very important. There are actually large number of species, but Pseudomonas putida, Pseudomonas fluorescens, and Pseudomonas aeruginosa. So dear students, dear scholars, aeruginosa species is not actually good for carrying out plant growth promoting and biological control experiments, because it is, if suppose the person is immunodeficiency is having there, if immunodeficient, definitely if some kind of cuts are there, so this Pseudomonas aeruginosa is causing some kind of infection in the skin of those particular immunodepressant people, immunodepressant persons. So we avoid this particular aeruginosa species, but Pituita is very important because it helps in clearing the wastage. So if any bacteria is there in case of Pseudomonas species, then it is Pseudomonas pituita species. And when you do the nitrogenase test for identification, you will have that particular, the red color, blood red color. If it is not there, then definitely this is the Pseudomonas fluorescens species, not that particular, the pituita species. This is only the one identification step. And this is very important that during this particular tea break, I was discussing with my supervisor, my mentor, Agarwal sir, that we have initiated this Frankia now. And I have taken this particular picture from Nagaland. While I was actually working at RFRI Jorhat, I have worked there for 11 years. And you can see here that nodule-like structures are there. So these are the nodules in which this particular Frankia is actinomyces, very important. This is actinobacteria. And in this particular nodule, this particular bacteria is inhabiting. And this is again very important because helps in biological nitrogen fixation. So one of my PhD student, and she has worked on this particular Lignus latifolia, new species, new host of this particular Frankia strain. You can see here, these are the nodules, yellow colors, the black one are the old one that we have collected. You can see here very fine thread-like structures are there. These are the actinomyces. You can see here 1000 tags under oil immersion. You can see here these thread-like structures under these nodules are the actinomyces, that is a Frankia species. It can be cultured, but it is very slow growing. Within 8 to 10 months, it is able to grow in a synthetic media under laboratory conditions. So this we have cultured, and you can see here balloon-like structure. This is the azobasicles, diazobasicles, and here the nitrogen fixation takes place. And again, I have actually given one of the topic on this particular actinorhizal plants. So dear students, those plants in which this actinobacteria or actinomyces is inhabiting those particle plants are known as actinorhizal plants. So these are 4 species of Uttarakhand species. No work has been carried out on these particle species. So I have given these species to one of my PhD student and she is working on this. And in case of Merica esculenta, you can see here these are the nodules that we have collected. And these are this particular, the actinobacteria stain. This is the new stains and molecular characterization, morphological characterization. We are working on this particular. But what happens actually, some very important pictures not opening here. ये reason क्या होगा? Open क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? हाँ. चल ही नहीं रहा कुछ भी. No problem. So this is again another important work on actinobacteria. So in this particular project, we are working on the role of this particular actinobacteria in biological control. You can see here that we have isolated these actinobacteria from the rhizosphere of Pinus roxburghi. Not operating? Yeah, no problem. And करना? आई थिंक स्लाइडिंग में कर लेते हैं, कोई बात नहीं. वो कंपेटिबिलिटी का प्रॉब्लम है. So sorry for some technical glitch. So this is Marica esculenta, and this is the species of Actinobacteria actinomyces. We have not still identified it, actually up to species level, but these are the Actinobacteria and that are residing in the nodules of this particular Marica esculenta. And you can see here these are the diazobasicles. This is actually helping in nitrogen fixation biologically. And this is that I am talking about. This particular, the actinobacteria, they are also helpful in just controlling the pathogen, fungal pathogen. So we have isolated these particular actinobacteria from the rhizosphere of Pinus roxburghi. You can see a different diversity of these particular actinobacteria. These are different isolates you can see here. And we have, these are the pathogens of this particular, you can see a Pistaliopsis species. We have not still actually identified it. It is actually under progress, the work of identification. And dear students, this is very important fungal species that is also helping in xenobiotics control. That is actually controlling the plastics, this particular plastics based actually control. That particular pollution of the plastics can be actually, plastics can be broken down into smaller pieces by the action of this particular species, Pistalios species, and are again continuing in my laboratory. This is Pistalios species, new stain. And now you can see here that antagonism assay that we have carried out in the center. You can see on the right hand side, this is a control where the fungal pathogen is growing, but this particular in the center is the pathogen, but this is circular in case are the actinobacterial stain. So you can see that the growth of these particular pathogens are being totally controlled by this particular actinobacteria, but still the work is going on, and definitely in near future we are able to publish this particular paper, but we are able to use these actinobacteria in the control of fungal pathogens in case of forestry. So this work we have carried out first time in the laboratory, because actinobacteria are again very useful for plant growth promoting activities and biological control. Then very important, and this is my love actually, because I have worked for my PhD thesis on this particular mycorrhizal fungi under the supervision of Agrawal sir. So this is the old that particular, the concept of mycorrhiza. Sir, it is just like old wine in a bottle. It is nothing, it is, I have taken from my PhD, the same, this particular, the presentation, this particular slides from that particular PhD seminar, sir, and that particular PPT of PhD evaluation. So nowadays, dear students, this particular mycorrhizal fungi is classified into 7 categories. Earlier it is 3, that is the ectotype, ectendotype, and endotype. So again, we have published this particular paper, but these are according to their particular positions of arbuscules, their particular infection. We have classified these particular mycorrhizal fungi into 7 subclasses also. So these are ectomycorrhizal because outside you can see here that particular the hair-like structures on the root, it is ectomycorrhizal. It is monotropide, arbotoroid, actinomycorrhizal, then archaeodoid. So one of PhD student is also working on this archaeoid. You can see here these very highly coiled structures are the pilotones which are present in case of Orchidaceae family. So in case of Orchidaceae family, these particular archaeoid mycorrhizal infections or archaeoid mycorrhizal that fungi are present. And dear students, again I would like to tell here to the students that in case of archaeoid mycorrhizal fungi, it is totally different from the rest of the M fungi, because in this case the plants is totally parasitic on the fungus. And I think you have heard about that the fungi are parasitic, but in this case, the orchids, because the seeds are very thin in nature, and mycorrhizal fungi will not, actually if it is not being colonized, then definitely the seeds are not able to germinate. So in case of Orchidaceae, the seedlets of Orchidaceae are totally dependent for its germination on mycorrhizal fungi, archaeoid fungi. And these are different archaeoid fungi. I can show you that particular the Tolostonella species and then Rhizoctonia, mostly the Rhizoctonia. These are actually very opportunistic pathogens, Rhizoctonia. But in case of Orchidaceae, they are acting as this archaeoid mycorrhizal function. It is very important, but Rhizoctonia is causing the rot in case of root system, but in Orchidaceae, it is helping as a archaeoid infection, archaeoid colonization, archaeoid mycorrhizal infection. So these are very important pictures of this ectomycorrhizal fungi, and some of very beautiful pictures are also shown by Yashpal sir. So this is Cantharellus species that I have collected from northeast region, from Assam. And I can say that you can just go through this particular list. These are ectomycorrhizal in nature. You just see this particular very beautiful macrofungi, mushrooms-like structures, Cantharellus species. This is Sivacina incrustans. And dear students, this is very important. Nowadays, the scientists all over the world, they are working on this particular Sivacina incrustans as ectomycorrhizal fungi. And there is no report, but in recent I think 1 year, we could see that one or two reports are there on this particular Sivacina incrustans, which are acting as ectomycorrhizal. You can see here that white incrustation is there. It is nothing. It is actually the cottony mass, that is the flocculent mass of the mycorrhizal fungi, that is a Sivacina. But sometimes we will see that on this particular root system, some white incrustations are there, but when you rub these particular incrustations, you will feel that it is just like sand-like structures. So it is the secretion of this particular bamboo species, that like Pallida species, Bambusa pallida. It is nothing but it's a silicates that has been exudated by the root system. So it is very important, again, that particular classification and nomenclature point of view, because this is having the cottony growth. If you just take a strip of this particular fungus mass and analyze under the microscope, you will see that it is having the thread-like structures. Definitely, it is a Sivacina incrustans. And then this is a very Clavulina cristata. It is also medicinally important. It is again, I have collected from the northeast region. The people of northeast India, they are also eating this particular very beautiful this ectomycorrhizal fungi. And you can see this is a Cotyledea species. These are again new species actually. We could not identify the proper species name here. And you can see that the root system, some rhizomorph are there, and these are the fruiting bodies on the root tip of bamboo species. And this is again hygrophorus species. You can see here on the root, that particular, the white incrustations are there. It is the Hartig net. And this is a fruiting body on this particular root system. And on the right, actually left-hand side, you can see here that some thread-like structures are there. It is the rhizomorph, mycelial cord, and it is very long in natural forest. It is sometimes 100 to 500 centimeter, because they help in capturing the nutrients from different locations and supplying it to the plant. And my dear students, again, I will tell one very important aspect here, that in nature, two types of processes are going on. The first is solubilization, and second is translocation, mobilization. So there is a group of microorganisms, they help in solubilization. It is just like, because we don't take the whole that particular bread as such until it is broken into the small pieces. So this is a broken down of that particular bread into small pieces are the solubilization. And there are the group of microbes like Pseudomonas that we have discussed, the Bacillus species. They are just breaking down the macromolecules into the simpler one, and these particular simpler ionic forms, that particular taken up by these particular, the ectomycorrhizal, endomycorrhizal, I will discuss later on, and archaeodynamycorrhizal fungi, and they mobilize these nutrients from one place to another. So it is called as mobilization. So solubilization, then mobilization. And this particular cycle is going on as according to the nutrient cycle, nitrogen, phosphorus, whatsoever. Then this is another Laccaria species, Laccata, that I think Yashpal sir has told in brief, that Laccaria species identification. And it is also ectomycorrhizal, Pexillus is also ectomycorrhizal, and this is very important, horn-like structures, Ramaria species, Ramaria cristata. It is again edible in nature and medicinally important, but it is also again ectomycorrhizal because it is growing naturally on the root, that particular root surface system of the bamboo system that is there. In bamboo, dear students, there are two types of system of roots. The first is rhizomatous, that is originating from the rhizome, and second is root surface system, that is just growing on that particular bamboo system surface. So this is a growing on bamboo system surface, and it's again ectomycorrhizal. And the health of the bamboo system, any kind of bamboos arboretum, we can say, the bamboo system where the bamboos are growing, these are very important because it actually showing the health of that particular bamboo system. It is there, it means that particular bamboo system is healthy. And then it is again very important, truffles, very important, very costly, and it's a tuber estibum, and it is again ectomycorrhizal, that tuber-like structure, aloo ki tarah hai. It is again very delicious and highly costly as being used in the culinary purposes by the people of Assam. And this is again very important because it is again ectomycorrhizal. And this we actually trap all these ectomycorrhizal, as Yashpal sir has told. Yes, definitely, the ectomycorrhizal fungi cannot be cultured easily, but nowadays we are able to culture the this is actually Cantharellus species that we have cultured and published the papers even, and we have germinated some bamboo species, because we are hailing from ICFARI, we are working under ICFARI, and ICFARI is just having the mandate of forestry only, not the agriculture crops. So we have to work on bamboo species and forestry species which are actually growing in the natural forest. So now endomycorrhizal, on which I have worked for my PhD program, very important. Sir was telling, sir, nowadays there are total 23 total genera according to the new classification and 267 species that has been described. And for those students who are working for BM fungi, the INVAM is there. And second is actually glomeromycota.phylogeny.in. You can take the help of those particular internet tools for identification. And we do have that particular tool as a myco identification, that is a myco web that we have at our local server at FRI Dehradun, but it is not being launched because we are working on that, and very shortly in near future we will be able to launch that particular website. And these are all different structure, arbuscule, vesicles, and this is the arbuscules. Now, dear students, this is inside the root system. It is the actually arbuscule. Arbuscules stands for a kind of tree-like structure. So it is just like the lungs, and sometimes the arbuscules are known as the lungs of trees, lungs of the plants, like the trees are known as the lungs of the earth. Likewise, these arbuscules are known as the lungs of any kind of vegetation, and very important because they help in phosphorus uptake and their exchange within this particular, the host plant system, because it is symbiotic in nature, mutualistic. So this is the arbuscules. Now I will skip one by one. You can see it is actually after 20 days because it totally collapsed, and this is recent one. So it is totally the life cycle of the arbuscules are 7 days, 17 to 20 days. This is different actually structures you can see here. Outside this particular internal structure, arbuscule, vesicles. Sir, this is intraradices, glomus intraradices. Glomus has been changed now, septoglomus. So this is the Anthrapospora. I can see here that intercalary spore formation is there for identification point of view. You can see here in the center that intercalary spore formation there. It is Anthrapospora, and the below is the Colospora because some sessile spores are being originated from the mother vesicles. So this is a very important identification point of view because we have to identify with these particular morphological characters this particular AM fungi. This is, you can see the black color, it is actually germinating seed of Gigaspora, and the black one are the Scutellospora. So this is having a thing, Gigasporaceae, Gigasporales. Again, I have shown here on the actually right hand side, it is the Gigaspora, the center glomus mosi, the first one, and the center glomus fasciculatum. Glomus in Latin means the yarn wool. I think woolen yarn wool, that particular ball is there. It is looking like that particular. So it is that the glomus fasciculatum. This is same that we have taken, and these are different species of these very beautiful micros, different diversity. It is, I'm just covering that diversity part of today's international conference. So this is a new stain that we have described from Nagaland of India, northeast region, and this is Glomus clarum, but it is a new stain of clarum. So again, it is a very important helping in growth and development of the plant. Again, this is again new species that we have described in case of endomycorrhizal fungi. Glomus, these are tubiformes. You can see inside that particular lumen, the different tube-like structures are originating from the inner laminated layers. So it is not happening earlier, it is a new species. The inner layer is very flexible and germinating, that highly germinating and giving rise to these particular, the finger-like projections inside this particular, the lumen of the spore. And again, this is very important, and this is a new species. We could not actually trap it yet, and still we are working on this particle, but it is although a similar link between the glomus and the sclerocystis, because it is in between that particular species. This is very important, the sclerocystis cynosus. In the center, you can see here that different sporocarps, they are arranged symmetrically. In the center, this is the central plexus. It is an important identification point of sclerocystis. It is looking like very beautiful flower-like under the microscope. You can visualize very easily, it is sclerocystis. And there are different stains that we have actually collected and analyzed. And right-hand side, you can see here at the down side, this is again the this particular Entrophospora. You can see very visible that next saccule is there at the right corner, at the last actually, this one. And the above is this Gigaspora species. And again, I will tell and share this particular important finding that Gigaspora is more or mostly occurring in sandy soils. It is not occurring on that particular mountain regions. Mostly the glomus is occurring naturally in dominating that particular in dominance in case of mountain region, but I call this particular Gigaspora in this particular plain area where the sand is maximum. Or different, this particular colonization pattern, and this is a classification that we have carried out. Sir, this is actually the new classification, and according to that we have published, I have published during 2013, and we are still working on this particular classification. But it is the base that I have taken for this classification is Hall et al. Because he has taken the advantage of molecular, and according to that particular molecular, I have classified this particular because all the genera are scattered. So during 2013, I have classified, and still the people all over the world, they are just taking the help of this particular classification. Earlier, it is only, there are 6 genera only, while I was working for my PhD program, but still now there are total 23 genera. So now it is, you can see here that I have taken from my PhD work, Agarwal sir ke saath kaam kiya tha. I have taken that particular for mass multiplication, and this technique is very important, and this is the base technique, and I have updated this technique, sir, from time to time. And my PhD scholars, they are working on this particular basic fundamental technique, but now it is now advanced one. Some time actually when you will visit this particular FRI pathology, I will show later on. So this is all that we have trapped all cultures. You can see here, this we have trapped under in vitro conditions. You can see here, different PhD scholars, they have worked. And you can see here, this is a root system, and you can visualize the mass multiplication of mycorrhizal fungi, AM fungi. This we have cultured. And now you can see here, we have analyzed that particular, it is glomus mosaic, you can visualize this. It is that we have captured from the nature, multiplied in the laboratory, and now we are making this as an inoculum for further experimentation in vitro conditions in the laboratory. This is under this particular condition. This is a different enzymes activity that is being actually there in case of a different this particular endomycorrhizal fungi. And this is, I think it is all available due to just paucity of time. I'm just skipping over. And very important, this particular trichoderma. And here we have, sir, this rapid composting fungal activator technology. It is very important because trichoderma is taking 4 weeks for sporulation. But in this technology, we are able to sporulate 10⁻⁹ within 4 to 5 days. So that is the reason that we have actually given this name rabbit composting fungal activator technology, and it is a registered technology by me, and it is registered by ICFRE and MOEFCC, that is a Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Forestry and Climate Change. And this is actually step involved in this particular technology. I think it is available also, if it is also available online. You can take the help of this, and this different sealing treatment, I think it is available also. And now, I'm just taking very important part. That is the application part now. That is the management and the application. You can see here, we have taken this Abroma angusta. It is a very important medicinal plant, rare plant in Northeast region. So we have applied there different inoculants. You can see here that here we have inoculated these particular seedlings. You can see the growth and development. It is just acting as a natural biofertilizer. You can see here in case of Capsicum chinensis, it is a Bhujalokia. It is the king of chilies, Naga chili. इतना सा पार्ट इसका इतना काट के डालते हैं, इतनी चिल्ली होती है इसके अंदर, and that is I think for your knowledge that pungency in case of chilies is measured in case of Scoville heat units, and it is having the 10 lakh Scoville heat units, highly pungent. It is highly pungent in this particular. That is the reason it is known as king chili. This is actually Capsicum chinensis Bhujalokia. That is actually that variety name. So you can see here that in here we have not put the inoculum. It is totally withered about after 150 days. And after 150 days, you can see that still it is green and giving that particular the yield in the form of fruits. So another very important Museaferia, sir, it is actually ironwood. And this work has been given to me by the director. That it is very slow growing, and I was taking one of the project and I was discussing the project. So my director has told that you just take this species because there is a problem in case of Northeast India. It is actually ironwood and it is growing in Northeast region only. So by inoculating with the help of inoculum of mycorrhizal fungi in this particular species, we are able to increase the plastochrone of this particular species, and increase is there in this particular form of plant and height. So we have increased this particular, the increase within 180 days. So we have improved the quality also of this particular stock. And then second is Aguileria galocha. It is actually agar plant. I think you might be actually heard about this particular agar. It is highly costly. It is having, I think, 5 ml, approximate 4 to 5 lakhs, sir. In every cent, it is being used. So it is again having some kind of problem of slow growing. So we have again improved the quality and biomass of this particular species, which are naturally growing in Northeast region. But here I would like to say very important, because I have this particular project. Here actually that the agar plant, that is the Aguileria galocha, Melanocanesis is the new name of this particular species. It is having that Gizuria conferta is an insect. It is actually creating a hole on that particular the stem region, and a fungus that is Fusarium oxysporum, I think a complex, it is there actually nowadays, Helminthosporium, and artificially we have inoculated by putting the hole and this particular combination of this particular mycelia in that particular hole, so that whether we are able to have this particular that alkaloid in that plant or not. But surprisingly, sir, we have actually obtained the glycoprotein, which is having some kind of smell like that naturally growing. But that was not the quality that is growing naturally, because in nature, because it is a kind of synergistic effect that is creating by this particular insect, Gizuria conferta, and this particular fungus. And it's a tripartite, I can say, tripartite kind of effect, because one host, that is a plant, second is insect, that is Gizuria conferta, and third is that is actually Helminthosporium and Fusarium species. But up to some extent we are able to create that particular glycoprotein, that is that particular artificial inoculation technique for getting this particular Aguileria agar from this particular plant. This is Mina spinosa, very important medicinal plant of Northeast. You can see here the height, it is again we have inoculated. And this is Aurosalum indicum, and Agrawal sir has evaluated this thesis of one of my PhD student as a external examiner, and it is actually Aurosalum indicum. And you can see here that where the inoculum is there, it is again helping in growth and development and biomass. This is again, you can see here, this is this particular Lignus latifolia. This is again Champaka indica. This is this particular very important species this is actually Puttarjiva roxburghi. Ramdev ji wala jo Puttarjiva wala jo plant. This is a Puttarjiva medicinal. You can see on the left hand side it is a control, and on right hand side it is again the inoculum, different inoculum in consortia. And this is again one of the project on this particular very important Angelica glauca chura. And you can see here the first A, that is a control. And again different inoculation at the last, that is the E. You can see here that on the left hand side it is a control and right hand side is again. It is acting as a natural biofertilizer. And these are all the experiments that we have carried out in aseptic conditions. It means they are helping in growth and that particular development of the host plant. Now this is again that we have carried out very important. Only I will take 2 or 3 minutes more. This is actually in vitro secondary metabolite production of Angelica glauca. In this case actually what happens here actually the natural endophyte which are present in the root system of this Angelica glauca, it is a very rare plant. So that because it is actually highly exploited by the pharmaceutical industry from the nature, or it actually resulting in to this particular threshold of this particular plant species, and it is now nearing to its particular threshold and totally rare. So that we can meet this particular demand, so I have taken this project from the NMPB, sir, and recently I have concluded it. In this particular project, whatsoever we have done, that one important endophyte, that is actually Geotrichum candidum. This is present everywhere. We have collected from Jammu and Kashmir, sir. We have collected from Himachal, we have collected from Uttarakhand. So everywhere, every location where this particular Angelica glauca is there, we have isolated this endophyte, very integral part of the root system, Geotrichum candidum. So we have extracted it, multiplied in the laboratory, and under in vitro condition with the help of bioreactor technology, we have taken a root system of the plant, multiplied it with the help of aseptic condition bioreactor technology, and root-led biomass we have created. And again, scientifically, we have actually taken this particular inoculum of Geotrichum under in vitro condition in that particular bioreactor, whether this natural and that particular alkaloid, secondary metabolite, can be synthesized artificially inside the laboratory or not. And surprisingly, 3 important compounds which are present in the natural particle, that root system has artificially, synthetically synthesized in laboratory conditions. So we are again updating this particular technology in this particular case of this particular secondary metabolite production. And this is very important for the students and PhD scholars. So again, this is one of the PhD project I have given, PhD problem. And here it is actually plant mediated electric generation by the microbes, by the bacteria. You can visualize here that the different bacteria that we have discussed now, we have applied as inoculant in the rhizosphere, and whether these are just creating that particular potential or not in the rhizosphere. So surprisingly, with the help of multimeter, you can see here that potential is there. It is a P-mediated, plant-mediated plant electric potential. So with the help of bacteria, even we are able to harness the electricity as well. This is the experiment that we have proved. And in the laboratory, sir, when we connected these particular different root system with the help of this particular rheostat, that the bulb of halogen bulb, we are able to ignite in the laboratory. So still we are working how we can harness the energy of bacteria, PGPR, because in case of rice fields, because there is large number of that blue-green algae is there, we can put these particular inoculants in those particular fields and just making that anode and cathode with the help of those particular electrodes, anodes, and that particular cathodes, we are able to just harness this particular bacteria, bacterial energy also in the form of electricity. So again, very important aspect that we are carrying out in our laboratory, it is antibiogram creation, antibiogram of PGPR in case of agriculture. So it is related with AMR, antimicrobial resistance. I think some of microbiology students will be here. They are knowing this particular better, that what is the AMR. AMR, my dear students, is that actually nowadays what is happening, the bacterial population is totally becoming resistant to the antibiotics. It is actually in particular the clinical purposes in a particular different hospitals, but in case of agriculture also, we have started this work in forestry and agriculture first time in India. So whether, because we are utilizing different antibiotics in agriculture and forestry, whether these particular antibiotics are creating the MR in bacteria or not. So, just 2 minutes, very interesting 2 or 3 slides. So you can see here the red color. It means these are the strains who are totally resistant to the antibiotics. I think ciproamoxicillin and ciprofloxacin that we use in case of agriculture and forestry. So you can see here that we have worked on this particular rhizobium also. The red one is totally resistant. And the yellow one, it is giving the signal. The green one, they are totally now actually vulnerable. If we use the antibiotic, they can be actually controlled. So this is a new taxa, Geospin pyriformis, recently discovered. So this is recently discovered. Earlier it is known as mycorrhizal fungi, association between the mycorrhizal fungi and the roots of higher plant. But you can see here, it is association between the mycorrhizal fungi and the cyanobacteria. You can see here later on, this is actually the red one is actually the cyanobacteria, Anabina. It is inside the particular mycorrhizal fungi. On the top you can see it is a mycorrhizal fungi, but inside that particular mycorrhizal fungi, the red one, it is a fluorescent microscopy. You can visualize different cells of cyanobacteria. It is the Anabina. So you can see this is the new discovery by Professor Ajit Verma, Piriformospora indica. We are also working on this particular species. And these are some monographs. The first is along with my actually mentor, Professor Agrawal sir. And second, recently we have sir published it from Cambridge University Press. This is Microbial Ecology of, it is a monograph. And this is one of edited book, and recently we have published this particular macrofungi from Binong Reserve Forest, sir. I will send you the copy, sir. Sarma, sir. It is again 2 or 3 records that we have recorded new actually from this particular region. So this is all about that we have carried out in a nutshell, but I have taken much time, and I excuse for that particular taking much time, and so that I think you will be feeling more hungry, but I hope that you have taken some kind of insights from this particular lecture and know about this hidden world of the microbes. And by the blessings of you all people, and by the blessings and I think my good luck and destiny, that all the blessings from my supervisor, Dr. Agrawal, Sir Agrawal, and Mata sir, Yashpal sir, and all my odd colleagues and students. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Lecture is open for interaction, please, if anyone have any questions, but in brief. Okay, I think there is no question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sir.
Thank you.
So I also want to conclude here in very brief with the words that as today we are living in the world, such a world that is having trade war and over increasing unemployability. So today's 2 lectures of this session provides not only the opportunity but also opens various avenues for research as well as various startups, particularly in the field of biocontrol agents, biofertilizers, bioremediations, and highly valuable edible mushrooms. So I am sure both the 2 lectures are very helpful for all of the students in that aspect to start their own entrepreneurship in these fields, besides the research, because the main motto of the research is the outcome of that research. So thank you once again on behalf of the conference organizers to our both eminent speakers for such a wonderful and informative and valuable talks. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to invite Professor Ashok Agarwal to felicitate Dr. Vipin Prakash as a gratitude for his insightful presentation. Now I request Professor Raman Saini to felicitate Professor Yashpal Sharma. May I please invite Professor N.K. Mata to felicitate Chairman of the session, Professor Raman Saini. Sir, please. Now, as we come close to the this enlightening session, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge with us. They took us to the fascinating world of microbes and mushroom, and the pictures shared by them, particularly the microscopic pictures, they were simply amazing. That shows their hard work, dedication and perfection in their work. And both of you strongly emphasized the importance of the morphological and the biochemical characterization rather than by directly going on to the molecular characterization. And in addition, we get a very strong message to be connected with the nature. A warmest thanks to the chairman of the session for presiding over this function. A sincere thanks to the esteemed faculty members for their gracious presence. A special thanks to the research scholars and the dear students for listening so patiently and encouraging thoughtfully. Thank you all. You all are invited for lunch downstairs in the crush hall. Thank you so much.
Because of the short time, you know.
आगे आ जाते हैं
सर उधर ही आ जाते हैं
मुझे नहीं करना। अरे कोई जरूरत नहीं है। आपने कर लिया? अच्छा चलो फिर आओ फटाफट।
अच्छा ठीक है, आपको है ना एक, चलो मैडम दे देंगे रिजल्ट।
दे दिया।
दे दिया? कोई टाइप बता मैडम कोई?
हाँ जी टाइम।
आप में से आप दोनों आ जाओ, ये कॉटन की वो बनाओ लैम्प के लिए।
Please keep your mobile on silent. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the concluding moment of this enriching academic gathering, it gives me immense pleasure on the behalf of the Department of Botany, I, Dr. Kavita Rani, welcome you all to the valedictory session of International Conference on Biodiversity and Climate Change, Challenges and Management 2026. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our Honorable Chief Guest, the Vice Chancellor of Kurukshetra University of Science and Technology, Hisar, Professor Narsi Ram Bishnoi, our esteemed Registrar of Kurukshetra University, Lieutenant Virender Pal, along with our keynote speakers, esteemed delegates, deans, respected faculty members, research scholars, participants, and dear students. To commence the session on an auspicious note, I respectfully invite all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly proceed for the lamp lighting ceremony, symbolizing knowledge, enlightenment, and wisdom. Thank you all for illuminating the occasion with your presence. We now proceed with the felicitation of our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Narsi Ram Bishnoi, Vice Chancellor, Guru Jambheshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, by presenting a token of gratitude. I respectfully invite our Presidential Dignitary, Lieutenant Virender Pal, Registrar, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and the convener of the conference, Dr. Yogesh Kumar, to kindly do the honor. At this moment, we take pleasure in reciprocating our respect and gratitude. I request our co-convener, Professor Narendra Singh, and Dean of Life Science, Professor Jasbir Singh, to kindly felicitate our worthy Registrar, Lieutenant Dr. Virender Pal, as a mark of our sincere appreciation and gratitude. Now, to formally begin the valedictory session, I respectfully invite Dr. Yogesh Kumar, Chairperson, Department of Botany, Kurukshetra University, and convener of the conference, to kindly deliver the welcome address and introduce our honorable chief guest.
थैंक्स डॉक्टर कविता। आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। ऑनरेबल चीफ गेस्ट प्रोफेसर NR बिश्नोई, वाइस चांसलर गुरु जम्बेश्वर यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी हिसार, ऑनरेबल रजिस्ट्रार कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी कुरुक्षेत्र प्रोफेसर वीरेंद्र पाल, the backbone of our department, our superannuated faculty members, teachers, Professor Mata, Agarwal sir, BDV sir, CV Singh sir, the better half of our colleague, late Dr. Somvir Jakhar, Dr. Pritika Jakhar, eminent invited speakers, deans, director, chairperson, faculty members, eminent delegates, research scholars, students, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm and pleasant welcome to all of you to the valedictory session of the conference. It is indeed a matter of great pride and privilege to address this august gathering on the behalf of the organizing committee. As we have arrived at the concluding phase of this academic endeavor, it is heartening to reflect upon the rich intellectual deliberations, insightful keynote address, invited talks, oral and poster presentations, vibrant discussions happened over the 2 days. The enthusiastic participation of speakers, scholars, academicians, research scholars, and students has truly made this event meaningful. We are deeply honored by the warm presence of our honorable chief guest, Professor NR Bishnoi. He is a renowned environmentalist and a man of action. He has been a recipient of several awards, Lifetime Achievement Awards 2024 by Association of Microbiologists of India, top 2% of World's Scientist Award for the consecutive 4 years from 2020 to 2024 by Stanford University, USA. Dr. S.A. Salgier Best Scientist Award 2019 by Indian Academy of Environmental Sciences, Haridwar. Best Scientist Award 2015 by National Environmental Science Academy, New Delhi, and many more. Certainly, sir, your presence has added immense value to the valedictory session. We are really grateful to you for accepting our invitation and gracing the event. I also extend a very cordial welcome to Professor Virender Pal Singh to this valedictory session. Sir, your presence at this concluding ceremony adds great dignity and strength to the occasion. As the principal administrative authority of university, you have consistently provided guidance, encouraged, and unwavering support to academic initiatives that promote research excellence and institutional growth. Your commitment to fostering a vibrant academic environment has been a source of inspiration to all of us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I also take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all the eminent speakers, delegates, research scholars who shared their knowledge, experience, perspectives, inspiring us to think critically and innovatively. I hope the ideas exchanged during the conference and the networks built during this event, they will live long. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to this valedictory session and thank you all for being with us and integral part of this event. Thank you all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the warm welcome and insightful remarks. Now I invite Dr. Sandeep Ghosh to present the conference report highlighting the academic proceedings and key outcomes of the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. Good afternoon, honorable member on the dais and off the dais, distinguished guests, and dear participants. I, Dr. Sandeep, have the privilege of presenting the conference report of ICB CCM 2026. The International Conference on Biodiversity and Climate Change, Challenges and Management was successfully organized on 12th and 13th Feb 2026 by the Department of Botany at the Senate Hall, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. The conference aimed to provide a multidisciplinary platform for researchers, faculty members, and students to discuss current challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change and explore integrated scientific and management solutions. The inaugural session held on 12th Feb 2026 in the Senate Hall, which was graced by Professor K.C. Sharma, Honorable Chairperson, Haryana State Higher Education Council, as the chief guest and keynote speaker, and was presided over by Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. The conference will conclude with the valedictory session on 13th Feb 2026, which will be attended as the chief guest by Professor N.R. Bishnoi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, and will be presided over by Professor Virendra Pal, Honorable Registrar, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. During the two-day academic program, 6 plenary sessions were conducted. On the first day, plenary session 1 included lecture by Professor O.P. Dhankad, Stockbridge School of Agriculture, University of Massachusetts, Amherst, and Professor Ratan Yadav, Institute of Biological, Environmental and Rural Sciences, Aberystwyth University, United Kingdom, followed by plenary session 2 with Professor Manoj Prasad, Department of Genetics, University of Delhi, and Professor Vinod Chokar, Department of Biotechnology, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar. Plenary session 3 featured Professor Daisy Rani from the Department of Botany, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Also, first session of oral presentation was concluded the same day. On the second day, plenary session 4 featured Dr. Rajesh Jalota, Senior Agriculture Officer, Department of Environment, Tourism, Science and Innovation, Queensland, Australia, and Dr. S.K. Bansal, Director, Potash Research Institute of India, Gurugram, followed by plenary session 5 with Professor Vijay Malik, Department of Botany, Chaudhary Charan Singh University, Meerut, while plenary session 6 was delivered by Dr. Vipin Prakash, Scientist F, Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, and Professor Yashpal Sharma, Professor Dean Life Sciences, Jammu University, Jammu. Professor A.S. Aluwalia, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Eternal University, Himachal Pradesh, Professor G.P. Singh and Dr. C.P. Singh, University of Rajasthan, could not join the conference due to unavoidable reasons. The plenary deliberation covered diverse aspects of biodiversity research, climate resilience, molecular intervention, sustainable agriculture and ecological restoration. Also, second session of oral presentation and poster presentation was conducted. The academic deliberations were organized around 6 major themes: taxonomy and ethnobiology, ecology and diversity, host microbe interactions, molecular biology and biotechnology, physiology and biochemistry, and bioprospecting and bioinnovation, highlighting key aspects of biodiversity conservation and climate change management. The conference witnessed enthusiastic academic participation with more than 120 participants from across India presenting their research contributions, and included a total of 24 oral presentations, 78 poster presentations, along with the involvement of 4 co-participants. Researchers, faculty member and student presented their research contributions in accordance with the conference themes. Overall, conference successfully achieved its objective by fostering knowledge exchange and interdisciplinary collaborations. The conference emphasized integrating traditional biological knowledge with modern scientific approaches and concluded on the forward-looking note, strengthening future research and cooperation in biodiversity conservation and climate change management. Thank you to the chair and organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present the conference report. Thank you, sir.
Chancellor, for the comprehensive and well-presented conference report. I now respectfully invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Narsi Ram Bishnoi, Vice Chancellor, Guru Jambeshwar University of Science and Technology, Hisar, to kindly address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. यहाँ उपस्थित सम्मानित मंचासीन अधिकारीगण, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर लेफ्टिनेंट वीरेंद्र पाल जी, माननीय रजिस्ट्रार, सम्मानित इमिनेंट स्पीकर्स, वरिष्ठ वक्तागण, देश विदेश से पधारे सभी डेलीगेट्स, शिक्षकगण, प्यारे विद्यार्थियों और शोधार्थियों, इस सम्मेलन में उपस्थित समस्त पर्यावरण प्रेमियों, आप सभी को मेरा सादर नमन और हार्दिक अभिनंदन। आज इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन में आपके बीच में उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए अत्यंत गर्व और खुशी की बात है। मैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बॉटनी और पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं कि जिन्होंने इतने महत्वपूर्ण विषय बायोडाइवर्सिटी एंड क्लाइमेट चेंज पर गंभीर और सार्थक मंच तैयार किया। साथियों, पिछले 2 दिनों से यहाँ जो चर्चाएं हुई, ये केवल एक एकेडमिक डिस्कशन ही नहीं थी, ये मानवता के भविष्य की चर्चा थी, यह धरती के संतुलन की चर्चा थी और आने वाली पीढ़ियों के भविष्य की सुरक्षा की चर्चा थी। आज पूरी दुनिया में एक बड़े इन्वायरमेंटल क्राइसिस से गुजर रही है। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से जो है धरती का तापमान जो है लगातार बढ़ रहा है और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की वजह से जो है वायुमंडल के अंदर जो है ग्रीन हाउस गैसेज, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, नाइट्रोजन ऑक्साइड, सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड की गैसेज जो है निरंतर बढ़ रही है। तो प्री इंडस्ट्रियल पीरियड के अंदर जो है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड की कंसनट्रेशन जो थी जो 280 ppm थी, आज हमारे पास में जो पिछले 50 साल में 425 ppm हो गई है। तो कितनी स्पीड से जो है ग्रीन हाउसेज बढ़ रही है, जिसकी वजह से हमारा टेम्परेचर जो बढ़ता जा रहा है। तो 2024 जो है हाईएस्ट जो सबसे जो है जो वार्म ईयर रहा है इसकी वजह से। तो टेम्परेचर बढ़ने की वजह से जो है क्या क्या हो रहा है, कहीं बाढ़ आ रही है, कहीं सूखा पड़ रहा है, कहीं पे हॉट वेव चल रही है, कहीं पे जंगलों में आग लग रही है। पिछले साल देखा कैलिफोर्निया में कितनी आग लगी थी, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कितनी आग लग रही है। तो ये सारा क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से, सारा ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की वजह से हो रहा है। और ये सारी इसके लिए जिम्मेवार कौन है? हम खुद ही हैं, क्योंकि हमने ही जो ग्रीन हाउस इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन और ग्रीन हाउसेज इतनी जो हो रही है, हमारी देना है कि हम खुद ही इसके लिए कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। अब पराली है, कितनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। पराली के सीज़न के अंदर इतनी ज़्यादा, मतलब सारे साल हरियाणा के अंदर जो हमारा जो डेटा रहता है जो ग्रीन हाउस गैसेज का, जितनी परमिसिबल लिमिट होती है वो सारे साल में उससे परमिसिबल लिमिट में सभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हरियाणा में जो है सबसे ज़्यादा पोल्यूशन रहता है। कोई भी ऐसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं है जिसके अंदर उसमें मिनिमम रेंज में हो। क्योंकि मैंने पिछले 2 साल का डेटा, पिछले 4-5 साल का अपने डेटा लिया था, उसके अंदर सारे हम तो मतलब एक जहरीली वायुमंडल के अंदर हम रह रहे। NCR रीजन में तो और भी बहुत बुरा हाल है। तो ये कारण है, जो पराली है, पराली हम जला रहे हैं, और जो है गाँव में जो सॉलिड वेस्ट है और वो जलता रहता है, उनकी वजह से सारा जो है हम खुद ही जो है एयर पोल्यूशन के इसके कारक हैं, जिनकी वजह से डे बाई डे प्रॉब्लम हो रही है और बीमारियां भी बढ़ती जा रही है। तो इसका मुख्य कारण कि जो वो तो हो रही, साथ के साथ इसमें ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, जो ग्लेशियर भी पिघल रहे हैं, सी लेवल बढ़ रहा है, और जो पक्षी है, लाखों बायोडाइवर्सिटी है, वो भी कम होती जा रही है। पहले कभी भी जो है खेतों के अंदर हल चलाते थे, उसके टाइम में जो है गुलेरी है और दूसरे जीव आया करते पक्षी, वो कीड़े मकोड़ों खा जाया करते थे। आजकल ट्रैक्टर में चला रहे हैं, हर पीछे कोई पक्षी नहीं आ रहा। तो उसकी वजह से जो फसलों के अंदर जो है बीमारियां भी ज़्यादा हो रही है। उसकी वजह से हमने पेस्टिसाइड, इंसेक्टिसाइड ज़्यादा डालने पड़ रहे हैं, उसकी वजह से जो कैंसर और दूसरे टाइप की जो है डे बाई डे बीमारियाँ बढ़ती जा रही है। तो इनके कारक हम खुद ही हैं, कोई और कोई नहीं है। तो इसके लिए जो है हमें जो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है बड़ी सार्थक है कि हम इन चीज़ का पालन करना चाहिए। ये केवल एक इन्वायरमेंट का ही मुद्दा नहीं है, ये इकोनॉमी का मुद्दा है, यह फूड सिक्योरिटी का मुद्दा है, और यह वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी का भी मुद्दा है, और पब्लिक हेल्थ का भी मुद्दा है। तो यूनाइटेड नेशन ने जो है 2015 के अंदर सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, 17 सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल दिए थे, ताकि हम इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ भी ज़रूरी है, उसके साथ साथ सस्टेनेबिलिटी रहे, ताकि आने वाली जो जनरेशन है उसके लिए हम इन्वायरमेंट है वो ठीक ठाक रहे उसके लिए, ताकि 2030 तक जो है 17 सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ जो है हमें टारगेट करने थे, जिसमें सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ 13, 14, 15 डायरेक्ट जो है इन्वायरमेंट से रिलेटेड होते हैं। सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ जो डेवलपमेंट गोल 13 है, ये है क्लाइमेट एक्शन के लिए। सस्टेनेबल गोल 14 जो है लाइफ बिलो वाटर, एंड सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल 15 है लाइफ ऑन द लैंड। तो आज जब हम इनकी याद दिलाते हैं कि डेवलपमेंट एनवायरनमेंट साथ साथ चले तभी भविष्य सुरक्षित है। तो साथियों, इस वैश्विक चुनौती के बीच में भारत ने जो एक जिम्मेदार और प्रोएक्टिव नेशन के रूप में अपनी भूमिका निभाई है। पेरिस एग्रीमेंट के तहत भारत ने जो है 2070 तक जो है नेट जीरो मिशन का जो लक्ष्य रखा है, 2070 तक है नेट जीरो है, और 2030 तक जो है हमने हमारी जो एनर्जी की रिक्वायरमेंट है वो नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल से हम पूरी करेंगे। हमारा टारगेट है कि 500 जो गीगावाट जो है एनर्जी की रिक्वायरमेंट 2030 से जो है नॉन फॉसिल फ्यूल से और रिन्यूएबल सोर्सेज से हो। तो इसके लिए हमारी काफ़ी प्रोग्रेस हो रही है, टारगेट काफ़ी अचीवमेंट हो रहा है। जैसे सोलर एनर्जी है, विंड एनर्जी है, तो इस पर गवर्नमेंट काफ़ी स्ट्रेस दे रही है ताकि क्लीन एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस हो, और फॉसिल फ्यूल से जो है सारा पोल्यूशन ग्रीन हाउस गैसेज उसी से निकलती है। तो आज भारत के अंदर जो है इसके साथ साथ जो है इंटरनेशनल जो सोलर अलायंस की पहल भारत की दूरदर्शा का उदाहरण है, और नेशनल ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन भारत की क्लीन एनर्जी इनोवेशन का ग्लोबल हब बनाने की दिशा में बड़ा कदम है। और फेम एक्शन स्कीम के माध्यम से इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी को भी बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है। और नेशनल एक्शन प्लान ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज, भारत ने एक नेशनल एक्शन प्लान बनाई है क्लाइमेट चेंज के अंदर, ताकि हम पोल्यूशन कैसे करें, जिसके लिए सोलर मिशन, एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी मिशंस, सस्टेनेबल हैबिटेट, वाटर मिशन, ग्रीन इंडिया मिशन जैसे कई मिशन एक इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच के साथ कार्य कर रहे हैं। बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन के लिए भी जो गवर्नमेंट ने काफ़ी कदम उठाए हैं, जिसमें प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर, प्रोजेक्ट एलिफेंट, रामसर साइट्स का विस्तार, मैनग्रोव रिस्टोरेशन, कम्युनिटी फॉरेस्ट मैनेजमेंट जैसे कदम भारत की प्रतिबद्धता को दिखाते हैं। और नमामि गंगा जैसे अभियान ने नदी संरक्षण को नई दिशा दी है। हमारी जो गंगा जो पवित्र नदी है, तो उसके अंदर जो है पोल्यूशन जो है कितने साल हो गए, 84 से प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट हुआ था, पर अभी तक भी उसमें करोड़ों रुपए लग चुके हैं, और उसके लिए कितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट ताकि उसका सुधार हो नदी का। ऐसे ही स्वच्छता भारत अभियान मिशन के सैनिटेशन के साथ साथ इन्वायरमेंट हेल्थ को भी मजबूत किया है, और कैंपा के माध्यम से बड़े पैमाने पर एफ्लोटेशन हो रही है। तो कैंपा क्या है, इसके अंदर कोई भी चीज़ जैसे है माइनिंग है और दूसरी इंडस्ट्री जो लगा रहे हैं, तो उसके कंपनसेट के अंदर जो है हमें प्लांटेशन लगानी है। तो ये भी एक गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम थी ताकि फॉरेस्टेशन कैसे ज़्यादा बढ़े। और विशेष तौर से मैं लाइफस्टाइल फॉर इन्वायरमेंट का भी उल्लेखन करना चाहूँगा। ये इनिशिएटिव हमें बताता है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज की लड़ाई से केवल सरकारों से नहीं लड़ी जा सकती, हर नागरिक की भूमिका है। तो इसमें हमें क्या करना चाहिए, पानी बचाना चाहिए। हमें पानी जो है कम से कम वेस्ट करें हम। आदमी जो स्वस्थ आदमी एक दिन में कितना 3 या 4 लीटर पानी पीता है, पर डेली जो है 50 लीटर के लिए पानी हम एक आदमी खर्च करता है। तो हमें पानी जो है बचाना चाहिए। इसके लिए एनर्जी बचानी चाहिए, प्लास्टिक का कम से कम उपयोग करना चाहिए, लोकल एंड सस्टेनेबल प्रोडक्ट को अपनाना चाहिए। ये छोटे कदम मिलकर जो है बड़ा परिवर्तन लाते हैं। तो प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, हमें समझना होगा कि क्लाइमेट चेंज और बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं। जब जंगल कटते हैं तो कार्बन एब्जॉर्प्शन कम होता है, क्योंकि जो भी प्लांट्स है वो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को ऑब्जॉर्व करेंगे, फोटोसिंथेसिस करेंगे, तो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड लेवल कुछ कम होगा। अगर हम प्लांट्स काट ही देंगे तो इस कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जो इन्वायरमेंट में वो कैसे कम होगी, तो उसके कारण और ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम जो बढ़ेगी। और जब वेटलैंड जब ख़त्म होंगे तो फ्लड की जो है रिस्क बढ़ेंगे, और सॉइल डिग्रेड होगी तो एग्रीकल्चर भी प्रभावित होगी। तो इसलिए हमें समाधान भी इंटीग्रेट होने चाहिए सारे ये, ताकि आगे वाली जनरेशन जो है ठीक रहे। तो साथियों, हमें नेचर बेस्ड सोल्यूशन भी अपनाने होंगे, जैसे डिग्रेडेड फॉरेस्ट का रिस्टोरेशन, वेटलैंड की सुरक्षा, ग्रासलैंड का संरक्षण। हमें क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर को भी बढ़ावा देना होगा, जिसमें मिलेट, माइक्रो इरिगेशन, एग्रो फॉरेस्ट्री, सॉइल हेल्थ मैनेजमेंट को भी प्राथमिकता देनी होगी। हमें सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी को की भी दिशा में बढ़ना होगा, जिसे रिड्यूस, रीयूज एंड रीसाइकिल को व्यवहार में लाना होगा। वेस्ट टू एनर्जी प्लांटेशन, सस्टेनेबल इंडस्ट्रियल प्रैक्टिस और ग्रीन सप्लाई चेन को भी अपनाना होगा। आज सॉलिड वेस्ट की जो प्रॉब्लम है, से बड़ा विकराल रूप धारण कर रखा है। किसी भी शहर में जाते हैं, उनकी बाहर की तरफ देखते हैं, बड़े पहाड़ के पहाड़ हो रहे हैं। तो एक बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है और इसका सोल्यूशन जो हम सोचे गवर्नमेंट कर दे, गवर्नमेंट ने सोल्यूशन हमें ही निकालना है, क्योंकि सॉलिड वेस्ट एक जो प्रॉब्लम है जिसका हम सोल्यूशन खुद निकाल सकते हैं। 50% जो हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के अंदर हमने जो ये एक्सपेरिमेंट पिछले 4 महीने से हमारा चल रहा है, जिसके अंदर हमने एक टीम को अवेयर करा, वो घर में जाके और सबको अवेयर किया, जहाँ पे बायोडिग्रेडेबल नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट जो है वो अलग करते हैं। और फिर हमने एक सेंटर डेवलप कर रखा है जिसमें बायोडिग्रेडेबल की वर्मी कंपोस्टिंग है, नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल जो है उसको हम सेपरेट करते हैं। और अब 5 बजे तक जो है हमारा जो सेंटर है उसके अंदर जो है 0 वेस्ट हो जाता है, सारा का सारा हम जो है वेस्ट ख़त्म कर देते हैं। तो एक हमारा स्टार्टअप टाइप का ये प्रोजेक्ट्स है। अगर ये सक्सेसफुल हो जाए उसके हम बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग भी देते हैं ताकि उसके बाद में शहर के अंदर भी इम्प्लीमेंट करें। तो इस टाइप की चीज़ें हमें आगे इम्प्लीमेंट करनी ताकि इस टाइप की चीज़ समस्याओं से हमें निजात मिल सकें। और अर्बन प्लानिंग में भी जो हमें ग्रीन कॉरिडोर, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, एनर्जी एफिशिएंट बिल्डिंग और पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को भी प्राथमिकता देनी पड़ेगी। अभी पीछे हम जापान में एक वाइस चांसलर का ट्रिप गया हुआ था, इंडिया का 30 वाइस चांसलर ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी एसोसिएशन की तरफ से। तो वहाँ हमने जो चीज़ें नोट करी, कई चीज़ें, सफाई तो जापान के अंदर थी, कोई भी जो है कहीं भी डस्टबिन नहीं दिख रही थी वहाँ पे, इतनी साफ़ सुथरा वहाँ पे था। और जो भी कोई वेस्ट तो अपनी जेब में डाल के घर ही डाला करते थे, वहाँ कोई आदमी सड़क पे डालता ही नहीं कहीं पे। दूसरी वहाँ पे ट्रांसपोर्ट की, मतलब इतनी पब्लिक, वैसे तो पब्लिक दिखती नहीं, पर अगर आप रेलवे स्टेशन पर जाओ तो ऐसे पब्लिक जहाँ कोई रैली ख़त्म हुई है, मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का इतना यूज़ हो रहा है। और पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के अंदर भी जो है ट्रेन जो एग्जैक्ट टाइम जो दिया होगा, अगर 6:22 है तो 6:22 पे ही ट्रेन आएगी। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का इतना ज़्यादा यूज़ हो रहा है वहाँ पे। तो हमें भी कई चीज़ें, इस टाइप की चीज़ों से हमें सबक लेना चाहिए ताकि पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट हो। हमारे गाड़ियाँ इतनी, कहीं भी पार्किंग करने की जगह नहीं होती, पोल्यूशन है, एक आदमी अकेली गाड़ी लेके चलता है। तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट है, ये भी जो है हमें यूज़ करनी चाहिए। तो इसलिए इन्वायरमेंटल गवर्नेंस को भी हमें मजबूत करना चाहिए, जैसे ट्रांसपोर्ट मॉनिटरिंग, कम्युनिकेशन, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन एंड स्ट्रिक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन और रूल्स जो है वो हमें सख्त लगाने पर। इन्वायरमेंट के रूल तो बहुत बना रखे हैं, पर इंडस्ट्री जो है वो उनको फॉलो जो है स्ट्रिक्टली नहीं हो रही, जिसकी वजह से ये सारी प्रॉब्लम डे बाई डे बढ़ रही है। तो यूनिवर्सिटी की भूमिकाएं जो है यहाँ बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है कि यूनिवर्सिटियाँ केवल डिग्री देने के लिए नहीं होती, ये पॉलिसी को गवर्नेंस, इनोवेशन एंड सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन का केंद्र होती है। तो रिसर्च लैब में जो काम होने वाला है तो वो हमें फील्ड तक पहुँचाना चाहिए। जो भी हम टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप कर रहे हैं तो हमारा फ़र्ज बनता है पब्लिक तक हम उन्हें पहुँचाएँ। और पब्लिकेशन के साथ साथ जो प्रैक्टिकल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी होनी चाहिए ताकि एकेडमिक, इंडस्ट्री और गवर्नमेंट के बीच में स्ट्रॉन्ग कोलैबोरेशन हो। आजकल वो टाइम चेंज हो गया है, हमें इंडस्ट्री को साथ लेके चलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है तो उसके अंदर स्किल इन्हांसमेंट में मैक्सिमम स्ट्रेस दिया गया है। तो स्किल इन्हांसमेंट के लिए जो हमें इंडस्ट्री के साथ ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ेगी, तो बच्चा डिग्री के साथ साथ जो प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज हो उसके बाद में उसको जॉब भी मिले। तो इसलिए मैं विशेष रूप से युवा जो है बड़े शोधार्थियों और विद्यार्थियों को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, जिस उत्साह से जो है उन्होंने और पेपर प्रस्तुत किए, और ये भविष्य की हमारे लिए आशा है कि वो अच्छा काम करेंगे। और जिस हिसाब से रिपोर्ट में बताया गया कि बड़े अच्छे बाहर से भी जो साइंटिस्ट जो है, रिनाउंड साइंटिस्ट जो है वो बाहर आगे, किसी ने ऑनलाइन प्रेजेंटेशन दी, कुछ वैसे दी है, तो बड़ी अच्छे, तो उनका भी बच्चों को फ़ायदा मिलेगा। और आप केवल फ्यूचर जो है इनहेरिटर नहीं, आप फ्यूचर आर्किटेक्ट है, जो आपका रिसर्च, आपका इनोवेशन, आपकी कमिटमेंट ही सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल को ग्राउंड रियलिटी में बदलेगी। तो साथियों, हमारी भारतीय परंपरा जो है सदैव प्रकृति के साथ हारमोनी की बात करती है। तो गुरु जम्बेश्वर जी महाराज ने जो है आज से 541 वर्ष पहले जो है प्रकृति और पर्यावरण संरक्षण की बात की थी। उस टाइम 541 वर्ष पहले जो है पर्यावरण की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी, तो उन्होंने 541 वर्ष पहले जो है ये कहा था कि पेड़ों को नहीं काटना चाहिए। तो हमारे विश्वविद्यालय गुरु जम्बेश्वर यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जो है हम उनकी फिलोसफी पे हम काम करें। तो हमारा जो विश्वविद्यालय बना था तो उस टाइम में जो है 95 में 18 पेड्स थे। अब हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के अंदर जो हरा भरा ग्रीन कैंपस है और उसमें 65,000 जो है ग्रीन पेड्स है विश्वविद्यालय के अंदर। तो आज ज़रूरत है कि हम डेवलपमेंट को इन्वायरमेंट के खिलाफ ना देखें। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट ही जो है असली डेवलपमेंट है। तो शॉर्ट टर्म जो इकोनॉमिक गेन के पीछे जो है लॉन्ग टर्म इकोनॉमिक लॉस ही नहीं होना चाहिए। तो ये एक कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है एक इवेंट भर नहीं है, ये एक काल जो एक्शन है, या वही डिस्कशन जो है पॉलिसी रिकमेंडेशन बने, कोलैबोरेटिव रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट बने और कम्युनिटी अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम बने, तभी इस मंच की सार्थकता सिद्ध होगी। मुझे विश्वास है कि कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी और यहाँ की एकेडमिक कम्युनिटी इस दिशा में निरंतर काम करेंगे। तो साथियों, ये कुरुक्षेत्र विश्वविद्यालय इस पहल की भी सराहना करता हूँ कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा के लिए वैज्ञानिक शिक्षाविदों और नीति निर्माताओं को एक मंच पर लाना है। यह कॉन्फ्रेंस जिसमें देश विदेश के विभिन्न भागों से विशेषज्ञ, वैज्ञानिक और विद्यार्थी शामिल हुए हैं, पर्यावरण संरक्षण की दिशा में एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। और मैं विश्व यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर, रजिस्ट्रार और सभी आयोजकों को इस भव्य आयोजन के लिए तहे दिल से बधाई और धन्यवाद देता हूं। और इस मंच ने न केवल विचारों का आदान प्रदान को संभव बनाया, बल्कि हमें अपनी जिम्मेदारियों का भी एहसास करवाया है। तो प्यारे विद्यार्थियों, हम सभी को ये एक संकल्प लेना चाहिए कि हम अपने व्यक्तिगत और सामूहिक प्रयासों से प्रकृति के साथ सामंजस्य बनाए रखेंगे। और आइए हम इस धरती के पुत्र होने के नाते इसे स्वच्छ, हरा भरा और संतुलित बनाए रखने के लिए अपने कर्तव्य को निभाएं। आइए हम सब मिलकर एक ऐसा भारत, एक ऐसी दुनिया को बनाएं जहां डेवलपमेंट और इन्वायरमेंट साथ साथ चलें, जहां बायोडाइवर्सिटी सुरक्षित रहे, जहां क्लाइमेट रेजिलेंस हमारी नीति और व्यवहार का हिस्सा हो, और ताकि हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी का, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो है विकासशील भारत से विकसित भारत का जो है सपना साकार हो सके। और इसी संकल्प और शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful and motivating address. Your words have provided meaningful insights and directions, and we are grateful for the guidance you have shared with us today. It's now my honor to invite our distinguished dignitary, Lieutenant Virendra Pal, Registrar, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, to kindly address the gathering.
थैंक यू मैम। प्रोफेसर नरसिंहराम बिश्नोई जी, योगेश जी, प्रोफेसर डांडा, प्रोफेसर नरेंद्र जी, अमिता मैम, कविता मैम, एंड डिग्निटरीज ऑफ द डायस एंड प्यारे बच्चों, आई होप एवरीबडी ऑफ यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी। Yes or no? Is there anybody who cannot understand Hindi? Okay, everybody of you can understand Hindi. Thank you very much. Actually, when I stand here, I must pay homage to Rachel Carson. Rachel Carson wrote a book, and that book was very important. That book was The Silent Spring. I think it was the first book that studied the impact of DDT on human life and how it entered the food chain. And it is probably because of her that we are discussing all these topics today, all these problems today. You know, science is a mixed bag. It is a bag of what you call dichotomies. First we push species to extinction, and then we try to recreate them in labs through DNA and all. Instead of, you know, saving the species, we keep on pushing them to extinction, and then we go on to find their DNA, to preserve their DNA, and then recreate them in the labs. I don't know if this is a good practice. And second thing that I am very sure about human beings, probably human beings are the only creatures on this earth who are capable of plotting their own downfall. Example is in front of us. All of us know that we are moving towards disaster. Is there anybody in this hall who don't know that we are not moving towards disaster? We are, in fact, we are indeed moving towards disaster, and all of us know. That is why we are, you know, we are setting up walls in Norway to preserve the seeds in case of catastrophe. Instead of stopping that catastrophe, we are preparing for the aftermath of that catastrophe. That is us. Dichotomy that resides within us. We are not like, when I talk about all this, there is one more book I would like to refer to. And, most of the scientists, they agree that we are going through sixth mass extinction. The process has already started. And there is one very good book. It is, of course, it is not scientific book. You can read it as a novel or a non-fiction book. The book is by Elizabeth Colbert. She has written a very good book, and I came to know, she talks about yellow frogs in the opening pages of that book. And she says that yellow frogs are getting extinct. That means the extinction, sixth mass extinction is on the way. Now, who is responsible for that? We have to fix the responsibility. Do you think our policymakers are responsible for that? In fact, we all of us, we are responsible for that mass extinction. But there is a good point about us also. We people who are sitting in this hall or who are residing within India, we are also, the biggest impediment in the way of sixth mass extinction. If everybody of us, if every Indian turns into non-vegetarian, then we will need 3 more earths to feed human beings. All right? Because most of us are vegetarians or occasional non-vegetarians. That is why we are, biggest impediment in the way of that sixth mass extinction. Sir was talking about carbon dioxide. There is one more gas that is more important and more sinister for global warming, that is CH4, methane. One molecule of methane can hold heat much more than carbon dioxide. And where do methane comes from? Methane comes from the belching of the cows. They also produce methane. And, when we keep cows for food, for beef, we add to the chaos in this world. And there are certain other ways that we are, responsible for all these things. I'll give you some examples. All of us must read one man. His name is Mumford, M-U-M-F-O-R-D. He has written about technology, how technology is pushing us towards extinction. He says that, we are deliberately making those machines which broke down very easily. Then we have to buy and purchase new machines. And for purchasing a new machine, we need to mine more metals. We need to, spend more energy. And we need to do so many things. Now, for example, I would like to give you an example. We are going gaga over electric vehicles. We are saying that, okay, electric vehicles will stop this global warming. But there is a hidden truth. In fact, this is a problem with the science. Whenever there is a new molecule, we go gaga over that molecule. For example, 50 years back when they invented or when they found or whatever you say, they found chlorofluorocarbons. We went gaga, oh, this is a wonder molecule, and we started using it everywhere. But then after 50 years, we realized, oh no, this is, creating holes in ozone layer. Same is the case with polythene. Now the problem with what you call electric cars is that we need rare earth metals. And for me, as far as my research goes, I have come to understand that when we mine those metals, the energy or the pollution we create is much more than the diesel or petrol cars. And another important question is, when those batteries will be discarded, where we will discard those batteries? That will create another sort of problem, another sort of pollution, and that will be more intractable. We will not be able to, hold those things. Now, there are a few things that we should change, we should change in our lives, which can, revert this global change. One thing is human population, of course. Human population is inversely proportional to the population of all other species. If human beings grow further, jungles will diminish, and all the other animals, they will face the music. All the other animals, as we have been talking about all these things, I have been talking about honeybees. If honeybees, they go extinct today, then we will be extinct in next 4 years. That is our dependence on honeybees. And in fact, all of us, that is why, our ancestors said, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. We never said, Bhartiya bhavantu sukhina or Manushya bhavantu sukhina. We said it for all. Everybody should be sukhi, happy, and nirog. And if you have any doubts about this, then we in Shanti part we say Vanaspatya Shanti, Oshadhya Shanti. That means, and this Shanti is not peace as translated into English. This is somewhat harmony. Harmony is much better word to say this. So we need to maintain that harmony between the different species, between the animals and human beings, between the animals and the plants, animals and the trees. Sir has rightly pointed about the philosophy of Guru Jambheshwar Ji Maharaj, who foresaw the environmental disaster we are moving into. At that time, of course, there was no environmental disaster, but that is the truth about the great men. You know, our ancestors have always pointed out that we are all interdependent. It is like a sacred hoop, like a cycle chain. And we are different, different parts of that chain. Suppose one part goes missing, then the whole chain will stop working. And that is the truth about all this. Now, what I feel is we need to make some changes in our lifestyles if we want to stop global warming, if we want to preserve biodiversity and all. The first change is we have to, throw away consumerism. Now, what is consumerism? I'll give you best example. All of us use mobile phones. I'm using Apple 16. And when, Apple 17 comes into the market, मेरे अंदर एक कुलबुली उठ जाती है. चलो, लो उस phone को, and everybody of us feel like that. But we don't know the price that we are paying for this. Of course, Apple company needs to, feed its employees. It needs to earn profit. They keep on, bringing in new models. But the environmental impact of those models is much, worse. We don't adumbrate about those impacts on environment. We can, make simple changes in our lifestyle, and we can, preserve the, biodiversity, as well as we can control the global warming that is going on. And for that, we need not to go anywhere. We need not to go search for, we need not to do any research. Just we need, what we need is, we need to go back to the philosophy of our ancestors. हमारे पूर्वजों की जो philosophy है, जो उनका दर्शन है, वो हमारे लिए पर्याप्त है. So that is how, at the end, I would like to congratulate Yogesh ji and his team for, organizing such a good conference, and I hope, I am a man of literature, so I don't know, मैं वो abstract book देख रहा था तो उसमें काफ़ी सारे technical चीज़ें पड़ी हुई थी, तो मैं सोच रहा था मैं क्या करूँगा वहाँ जाके, तो but anyhow, this is, we need to present our research in layman's language, so that research is accessible to everybody. If that research is accessible to everybody, then definitely a change will come, and our earth, our mother earth, will become more hospitable place to live in, not only for us, but for every other organism that is there, that has been created by nature, Mother Nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable thoughts and for your constant support toward academic and research activities. We now proceed to the award ceremony to recognize and appreciate the outstanding contributions and achievements of our participants during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the award has been presented under two categories, Oral Presentation Award and Best Poster Awards. I request the concerned dignitaries to kindly come forward for the award distribution. May I also request the awardees to please be ready as their names are announced. So we start with the first category, that is Best Poster Award. Overall, there are 4 themes of poster presentation. We start with the theme 4th, Bioprospecting and Bioinnovation, Taxonomy and Ethnobiology. So here the third prize goes to Dheeraj. Dheeraj? Okay. Okay. Second prize is a tie between Aarti and Mohini Goyal. Please come forward. First prize goes to Salma Khan. So Dheeraj is here. Dheeraj for third prize. First prize Salma Khan. And our third theme, host microbial interaction, physiology and biochemistry. There is third position secured by Divyans Singh. Second position, Sudha Dalal, please be ready. First position, Renu Rani. In the theme second, molecular biology and biotechnology, third position secured by Rohit Sharma. Rohit Sharma is present here? No. The second position goes to Shakshi Nain. And the first position secured by Osinia Chirom. Now the next theme of poster presentation is ecology and diversity. Third position goes to Poonam. And second position, Swati Nandal. Be ready. First position, Dr. Salinder Kaur. Overall first position in all the themes of poster presentation she secured. She is absent. I request Dr. Amita Sharma to receive her memento. Next we start with the oral presentation round 2. Third position secured by Manisha. Manisha, absent. Second prize goes to Yogesh. And first prize goes to Megha Arora. And there is a best paper award in this category which goes to Komal Devi. Sir, Megha Arora is their name. Megha Arora is there. Sir, I don't have the knowledge about it. I have the this knowledge. In oral presentation round 1, third prize goes to Dr. Rameshwar Groch. Okay, the best paper award goes to Komal Devi in the round 2nd. And in oral presentation round 1, third prize secured by Dr. Rameshwar Groch. There is again tie between second prize Aman Kumar and Samita Rashkar. Samita Rashkar. And the first prize goes to me itself, Dr. Kavita Rani. And there is another category in oral presentation that is the best paper award which goes to Dr. Roshan Kumar Singh. Congratulations to all the winners. We now proceed with the felicitation of our respected retired faculty members in recognition of their excellence, whose dedicated service and valuable contribution have played a significant role in strengthening the Department of Botany and the academic community. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly perform the felicitation. I may request the participant to kindly come forward as their names are announced. So, may I request Professor N.K. Mata to kindly come forward for the felicitation. Now, I invite Dr. Ashok Agarwal to kindly come forward for felicitation. I now request Professor BIODIVERSITY to kindly come forward. A big round of applause, please. Finally, I invite Dr. C.B. Singh to kindly come forward for the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a special moment of remembrance and gratitude. We respectfully remember our esteemed faculty member, late Dr. Somvir Jakhad, who demised untimely last year. In recognition of his dedicated service and outstanding contribution to the growth of the department and the university, we have invited his respected spouse, Dr. Pritika Jakhad, to kindly accept this honor on his behalf. Ma'am, please. We extend our heartfelt gratitude and pay our sincere tribute to his enduring legacy. Thank you all the dignitaries. Please be seated on your seats. I now invite Dr. Amita Sharma to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here, respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, and dear participants. On behalf of organizing committee, I, Dr. Amita Sharma, feel honored to propose the vote of thanks at the end of this valedictory session. We express our sincere appreciation to our chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Narsiram Bishnoi, for honoring this occasion with his gracious presence and for delivering an inspiring and intellectually stimulating address. We convey our deep appreciation to our worthy registrar, Professor Virender Pal, for his visionary guidance, unwavering support, and for sanctioning the funding for this international conference, which has been instrumental in making this conference a reality. We sincerely thank all the invited speakers and participants whose insightful presentations and active engagement have enriched the academic spirit of this conference. We also acknowledge the gratitude and encouragement of deans, chairpersons, directors, faculty members, along with the university administration for their valuable coordination and infrastructure support. Our special thanks goes to the finance, horticulture, sanitation, security department for their dedicated efforts in ensuring seamless arrangements throughout the event. We also appreciate the media and the technical team for their coverage and outreach. Our sincere appreciation goes to the research scholars and MSc students whose energy and dedication formed the backbone of this conference. The creativity and dedication reflected in the beautiful rangoli prepared by the students added color, warmth, and a welcoming spirit to the conference. Every student, whether he or she was part of a committee or part of audience, their contribution was equally valuable. After all, no session or talk can be truly successful without an engaged and appreciative audience. We sincerely thank our sponsor, Eco Scientific Traders, for standing with us and supporting this initiative. I extend heartfelt gratitude to our beloved retired faculty members for gracing this session with your presence. Your presence is not just an honor to us, it is a reminder of our rich legacy that you helped to build. We deeply appreciate your time and your continued affection for this institution. It means more to us than words can express. We offer our special and heartfelt tribute to late Somvir Jakhar, who was the visionary force and guiding spirit behind this conference. His absence has created a void that can never truly be filled, and we deeply remember his invaluable contributions with respect and gratitude. Under the humble guidance and leadership of Head of the Department and our convener, Dr. Yogesh Kumar, and the constant support of Head of the Botany family, Professor Narendra Singh, we made our sincere efforts to carry forward his vision and fulfill the dream he cherished. With heartfelt gratitude, we bring this conference to a close and wish everyone continued success in their academic and research endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the gracious vote of thanks. Now I request all the present here to kindly stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we come to the end of the valedictory session of International Conference on Biodiversity and Conservation 2026. The organizing committee cordially invites all delegates for tea, followed by the departure. Thank you for your valuable presence and cooperation. Have a pleasant evening and a safe journey ahead.